number 71 from Ortonville, Michigan in the Precision Fleet Image. Lisa Thomas Saloon, TK Racing Chevrolet. He needs to have a solid race. Not a great race, not an amazing race, just enough. But he's not really also thinking, I just need to beat the other championship drivers in this event. He wants to go out and capture another Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour victory. He's already got 2 this year, 1 from Birch Run, the other from Berlin. Can Blake Rowe make it number 3?
Well, I can't see why not. He had a runner-up finish at the UARA race here on September 11th, so he knows how to get this car around the speedway. His first lap is going to be a 14.759, 14.759. So we're about a 10th off of that track record already. We'll see what Blake does here with lap number 2.
14.618, hold the phone. Is it a track record? It is. Blake Rowe, new track record. Keep it in mind. Still going. Here comes the 61. That's Brandon Varney, the driver from Richmond, Michigan in the DTS. Van Dorn Racing Development, Bassett Wheels, Vans Tire, Chevrolet. If we're already 1 in, get ready because there is a lot of speed on this racetrack.
Yeah, they certainly are. A 22-year-old on the speedway, 3rd-generation driver, looking to, well, his grandpa was out on the track, or Ron was out on the track yesterday in that New Star race, as we're going to have a 14.800, 14.800, that first lap time for Brandon Varney.
I was excited to see Bob run this race yesterday. It was a lot of fun to see them also get the car back together. A 14.8, he should do one quicker. He does a 14.754, slots P2. And here comes Barrett Polimis, the driver racing for a championship out of Wimberley, Texas. The Van Dorn Racing Development, Turtle Cove Apparel, Chevrolet. We had the Facebook Live of the Championship 4 interview, and the eyes of Texas were very much upon Barrett Polimis in that live chat. Glad to see him here, and he's still chasing that first win in 2024.
Well, after the New Stars race yesterday, I'm worried one of us might be out of a job. He really enjoyed being up in the booth doing the announcing bit, and he certainly has the voice for it. I heard he really leaned into it last night, and he was pretty excited as he goes second quick, 14.703, 14.703 that first lap for Polimis.
Now he's trying to break that 14.618. He doesn't want Blake Rowe to have any more points on him. Polimis, top of the board, and it's a new track record, 14.599 for the driver of the 79. He's 1 step closer to another opportunity at a championship come Winchester on the track. This driver went the fastest all weekend, but the track record does not stand. Keep that in mind. That is the number 23 of Kyle Crump, the driver at Brigton, Michigan in the Edco Welding Chevrolet.
As he gets ready to roll. Yeah, he was our recent winner of the Ron Hauser Memorial here at Owosso Speedway. As he takes that white flag and he goes to the top of the board, 14.534, 14.534, track record broken yet again. So 4 drivers, 3 track records, 3 times that record has been broken. He'll make it even better, 14.503, 14.503. Kyle Crump to the top of the board. 3 1/1000ths off of the time he put on practice, the first practice session of the day. And on the racing surface, you have the number 7, David Leah from Holland, Ohio, in the Monroe Asphalt Electrified Designs Airgas DLR Ford. You know, we may have to get kicked out of the tower for saying new track record because I don't think we're done. No, we're not. If 4 out of the 5 have already broken the track record, let's see what happens here. But that's going to be great watching some of these drivers come through the field as Leah comes across 14.883, 14.883. That's 5th, slowest so far of the 5 qualifiers.
He'll have another shot to see if he can climb the board. He will do a time quicker, but not enough to get outside of 5th. It's a 14.792. Another championship contender on the racetrack. That's Chase Pinsino, the driver number 14 from Bell River, Ontario in the US 131. Motorsports Park, FCF, Custom Fab, Rosati Group, CNC Tech Chevrolet. Pinsino's going to be fun to watch. He did win the Big O Classic back in May. We expect him to be quick today. He goes 4th quick as of this moment of 14.735. In the ballpark to where Blake Rowe was
if these two can get out in front of your championship leader, it's going to be big. Pinsino, second quick, 14.575. He gets one in front of Polimis, two in front of Rowe, and Pinsino is looking to grab points before we go green. Has another shot at it this time.
And he goes to the top.
It's a new track record, 14.773. Checkmate for the driver of the North.
14.473. 14.473.
14.473.
I know the excitement.
Got too excited.
You're right.
It happens.
Pinsino, man, they are blistering that track record as your next driver's out to qualify. This is Brian Demlin in car number 15, the Jason Beach Trailer Sales JDCC Allied Mold Products, driver out of Hicksville, Ohio in that Ford.
He's had an interesting year. Has struggled to get the car onto the grid for the early half of the Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour 2024 season. Got it fired up, rolling towards the later half of this season. He's looking to see if he can get that
here.
Ford in view.
He needs to pick it up. 15.207 was the first lap.
Will not do one quicker. 15.207, Brian Demlin, P7. And on the racetrack comes to 22. That is not Evan Shotgo. That is Wes Griffith from Crown Point, Indiana, and the Shotgo Motorsports Toyota. Now, this driver was supposed to run the 33, but that did move away back to the 22, and this Toyota is ready to roll.
He'll take that green flag. Let's see what he's got for this field. Kind of a slower warm-up lap for him, but plenty of track to pick up the pace in that Shotgo Motorsports machine.
Griffith goes 7th with a 14.924. So on provisional pole, or should we say quick time, on provisional quick time is Chase Pinsino with a 14.473. Then goes Crump, Polimis, Rowe, Varney, Leaf, where Wes Griffith currently sits in 7th. He jumps the board up to 5th, puts Varney to 6th, Leaf to 7th, Demlin to 8th, and here comes the 22 of Jimmy Tucker.
Well, this guy from my hometown, Mount Clemens, Michigan, in the Pleasure Zone, Mothers of Motorsports, 4th Street Auto VRD, number 22 Chevrolet. Another multi-generational driver.
Is the regional manager of Chipotle. He has to cover nearly 400 stores, and we actually talked about it in the back pits, and what he did was he handed a card to one of our CRA crew members, said, here's some free Chipotle on me.
Wow.
He didn't give one to me, though.
Yeah, what?
A little salty on that, but it is cool that he does just have them, you know, laying around.
Well, a big wiggle there out of turn 4, first lap. That hurt his first lap, 14.867. He had a pretty good lap going to that wiggle in 4, 14.867 there for his first lap. Looking to pick it up much smoother in turn 4 this time.
Jimmy Tucker.
A little bit faster. He's going to go 14.777. Jackpot goes up to 7th spot on the board.
Driver number 12, Matt Hogan from Birch Run, Michigan, the M&M Lawn Care Mr. Asphalt Chevrolet. He's raced a couple races this year with the Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour.
Yeah, we see him throughout the year here at Owosso Speedway.
He actually has one win with Jegs. That came at Birch Run in 2015. He also has 27 top 5s and 48 top 10s with the series.
His warm-up lap, one of the first ones I've seen in the 16-second bracket, so hopefully he found that gas pedal here on his first lap, and that will 15.365. He holds 10th on lap number 1, 15.365. Trying to pick it up here, get himself locked into that top 10. And he'll do a little bit better, 15.241, but he'll still stay 10th, 15.241 second lap time for Matt Hogan.
On the racetrack, the driver of the number 20. That is Austin Hull from Belmont, Michigan, in the Town and Country Carpet Quick Time Auto Law Office of Beth Striegel Toyota.
3 times he's finished in the top 10 at Berlin Speedway. That's a tough place to get around.
He also was the stage winner yesterday in the New Stars race.
Yes, he was, yes. Great opportunity for some of that talent to shine as he's going to move up to 5th quick. 14.684, 14.684 on that opening lap for Austin Hull.
Austin Hull was quick yesterday. He goes 5th, 14.683.
Bring on Kevin Cremonesi, the driver out of Rochester Hills, Michigan, in the Wasilko Lawn and Excavation Race 1 Wraps Van Dorn Racing Development Chevrolet.
Finished third in the New Stars 40 yesterday. Had a very promising effort as he moves into, well, just taking the green flag. That warm-up lap pretty quick, though. See if he can't keep it in that 14-second bracket here. One of the better warm-up lap times so far.
7th in Masters of the Pros. 5 races ran this year so far. He's also getting his master's degree at the University of Michigan.
He'll move to 6th on lap number 1, 14.685, 14.685 for Kevin Cremonesi. See if he can move inside the top 5 with lap number 2. Well, he'll move up to 6th with a 14.685, 14.685.
I'm watching these times and I'm thinking to myself, if Polimis and Pinsino really want to make a bigger dent with Blake Rowe, some of these drivers are going to have to get at least into 4th quick. Let's see if the driver, the 20, can go ahead and do that. That's Jeff Versek from Carleton, Michigan, the C&V McGonigal Engine Performance VRD Kevin Noose Designs Chevrolet.
He'll take its way out of turn number 4, taking the white flag to complete his first qualifying lap. And he'll clock in 10th, 14.777. Same time Jimmy Tucker had, 14.777. So both drivers with identical laps there. Versek currently clocked in 10th.
Evan Varney just did it again. I know, completely just
Wow.
off topic from what we're talking about now.
Did he jump off of turn number 2?
He tried. He tried his hardest. He got the left front up instead of all 4 wheels up.
While that happened, Jeff Versek goes all the way to 3rd, 14.576, 14.576. Nice second lap for the 20 of Jeff Versek.
Evan Varney, the driver out of Richmond, Michigan, the DTS Van Dorn Racing Development Bassett Wheels Vans Tire. Now, if you're in the grandstands and wondering what we're talking about, when we came from Masters of the Pros, Varney just sailed it in off the top lip into the banking, and it was like monster jam. This time, just the left front. I don't know if what scoring will say about it. Maybe a 7 instead of a 10.
Yeah, well, he was just missing the ring, the fire around the ring that he was trying to jump through. Evan Varney's first lap, 14.736. He'll do a little bit better. He clocks in at 9th, 14.716. So 2/100ths of a second better than his first lap. 14.716, that best effort for Evan Varney.
Now, I'd keep an eye here on Charlie Keevan. He's a driver out of Hazelwood, Missouri, in the Kimco Concrete Contractors Chevrolet. This is a new body on that 55, not reminiscent at all to what he ran earlier this year with the paint scheme. This team is now independently owned and is part of a family business. He was sitting with the drivers in the New Stars race, but unfortunately the finishing result did not match that. A lot of hope heading into this weekend. What does Charlie Keevan do? 14.778. That's currently 12th. It's a ballpark for maybe the redraw.
Well, he's bettered his time.
Bingo.
Wow, and there he goes.
6 quick. 14.670.
I was going to say, he's 0.3 of a second quicker than he was in final practice, so they found something on that machine. As last night's winner, now about to get on the clock, Dylan Stovall out of Wayland, Michigan, in that number 24 Toyota, brought to you by Hutchison Construction, Hutchison Racing, and Southwest Roofing.
And their season's been tough. They've had struggles at Berlin. They've had struggles with the Jegs Tour. Unfortunate wreck at Anderson and then followed up by a wreck in Berlin really hurt his opportunity to run the full schedule. But the win in the New Stars race definitely helps that team out from motivation to purse. Really excited to see if he could possibly sweep the weekend with the Jegs Tour. He's 11th quick with a 14.721. He's projected to go into the redraw. Does Stovall do it? He doesn't. 9th quick, a 14.691. And that is not what he wanted to see.
Justin Schroeder now on the speedway in the JMS Transport Fairway Disposal One-Stop Speed Shop. Number 4 Chevrolet out of New Boston, trying to maintain, boy, I can't believe mid-14s just to get into the top 10 here in qualifying this early in qualifying.
I would keep an eye on Schroeder. He went quick time at Birch Run and nobody saw it coming. He was running well in the race as well. Unfortunately, finished outside the top 10. Does Schroeder back it up? He 15th, 15.067.
And not, you know, not a disappointing lap, probably on a sunny day. But today, a lot of speed in the track. Let's see if he cracks the top 10. I don't look like on my screen that he did.
He cracked the 15 with a 14.955, but Schroeder will be back to the 15th position. Here's probably the funniest guy you'll ever find in the pits. That is Chris Munson, the driver out of Chelsea, Michigan, in the Munson Builders Stearns M15 Garage Finish Line Seamless Gutters Chevrolet. He's always smiling. He's always talking to friends, family, fans, and his motto has not changed. I'm here to have fun, and he's doing just that.
And he's had a really rough season as well, trying to keep the equipment together. He's had a few did not starts this season, so he's looking to change that luck around here late in the season.
You should have seen his reaction when he found out Bob Varney was racing. Oh my goodness, I've never seen someone so animated in the pits ever. Munson to the line, a 15.251, 18th.
Well, Michael Simcoe on the track in the 45S. We got to see his dad do some laps in that new star race last night. David Simcoe, I watched him at Mount Clemens back in the day in that Prestige Steel number 45 out of Clarkston. He's had a few top 10 finishes over the season here at Owosso Speedway.
His best finish this year with the Jegs Tour is 9th. That was at Flat Rock. He's also a former ARCA Menard Series driver, grabbing 3 top 5s and 17 top 10s from 2001 to 2012.
Well, he's going to need to pick up some speed there as he's outside the top 10 at the moment. See what he does if he can get in there here. He's currently 15th with a 14.868. He's going to do a little bit better, 14.803, 14.803 for Michael Simcoe. That is 15th.
And on the track now goes the 44 of Michael Litchfield. Yes, that is how you pronounce his last name. The driver out of Pardville, Wisconsin, in the Don's Marine Country Plumber Assembly Products Ford. And not much is known about him on the Jegs side, but hey, he does a great job out there in Wisconsin. This will be his first Jegs Tour start ever. He has made 2 ASA CRA starts, one in 2014 at IRP and 2015 at Toledo. And he's also fresh off a win at Dells Raceway Park. That was in the Big 8 late models. He's also a 3-time pro late model track champion there at the Dells.
14.870 was his first lap. Puts him 16th. He'll move up to 12th, 14.746. 14.746 for Litchfield. Not a bad effort for his first qualifying attempt here at Owosso Speedway.
Here comes Steve Dorr, the driver of the 7 from Lakeland, Florida, in the FLF Race Cars, Race Car Engineering Chevrolet. Dorr's been racing a lot with the Jegs Tour this year. We love seeing drivers from outside of Michigan coming on and trying new things, including here at Owosso.
Boy, he had a big moment there in turn number 2. That back end tried to lead him coming out of that corner. Got to imagine that's going to scrub off some speed. Let's see what he does with lap number 1.
Let's see if this 2-time Jegs Tour winner can possibly find some speed. He got a win in 2014 at Anderson, 2015 at Springport. He's also the 2011 Redbud 400 winner at Anderson.
And he does lap number 2. It looks like he's outside the top 10 here.
And that will bring it to rest. I would not overlook Chris Shannon, the driver of the 32 from Lawton, Michigan, the Kalamazoo Metal Recyclers SNK Transmission, Fulton Excavating Chevrolet. He was strong late in Masters of the Pros. He was strong late in the New Stars race. He doesn't get the qualifying effort that he truly wants, but he seems to be there now towards the end of these races at this track.
Well, a lot of times if you can get all the laps in, you can manage to get yourself some good finishes, especially as attrition takes its toll. First lap's going to be 18th quick, 14.902, 14.902. So right now, back there in 18th, trying to get further forward in the field. And he's going to do...
Bang, give him the redraw.
Yeah, oh, did he move up? Okay.
All the way up to 8th.
There he is.
14.684 for Chris Shannon.
Oh, he disappeared right off my list, so I knew he had to have been in the top 10. Keegan Sabilo, on the Speedway in the 77. The Michigan Cat Operating Engineers Local 324. Team NEGU, number 77 Chevrolets out of New Baltimore, Michigan.
Sabilo is sitting 5th in points currently in the Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour. The first driver out of championship contention. His best finish this year, 8th at Flat Rock. He is also running for the rookie points, currently 3rd in the 126 back to Polimas.
So obviously, okay, all right, well, that would make sense. And I was going to say maybe the rookie points a little bit different than the race points, but there you go.
The only problem is there's 2 rookies going for the championship
exactly,
this year.
Exactly. Wow. Yeah, he finished 5th in a traveling series and only 3rd as a rookie. Wow. And Sabilo will be 16th. The 14.764 was his best lap, 14.764 for Sabilo.
Mr. Two-time champions on the track. That's the number 12 of Dan League out of Bertrand, Michigan, the Mr. Asphalt Chevrolet. Now that scheme is still the same one he has ran since Whittemore, where he picked up the nicest patriotic scheme, if I am not mistaken. It was Whittemore, correct.
Well, he's already had a lot of laps here this weekend, ran the 100-lap race for the Outlaw Super Late Models last night, finishing runner-up in his machine. He's going to go for another 150 laps, he hopes, here today.
Leak to the line.
I'm looking for him here.
And he'll go 20th.
Okay.
On the racetrack, Chase Berta. If someone has a shot at going quick time,
Yes.
it's going to be him. The driver out of Lapeer, Michigan, in the DT Performance Designs, Lapeer Pool and Spa, the Country Market Ford. Can Chase Berta add a little more life into his championship bid?
Well, he was fastest in final practice today in the mid-14s. At 14.565, he ran in practice. Let's see if he picks up any here after that practice.
Goes 6. That's in the ballpark of where Pinsino, Crump, and Versek were. 14.639. Does Chase Berta go top of the board in Owosso? At the stripe, he does not. A 14.587. Bumps Rowe back to 6th. Polimas into 5th. Pinsino, still your provisional quick time leader. And here comes the 88. That's Andrew Scheid.
Yeah, the Cedar Valley Manzana Bricks Fuel Market Integra Shocks, number 88 Chevrolet out of Kent City. The first time we've seen Andrew here in 2024 at Owosso Speedway. Usually one of the regulars over at the Berlin Speedway. Came up from Lightning Sprints many, many years ago. Comes a top competitor at Berlin as he takes the white flag. And he's going to be outside the top 20. That first lap, a 14.898, 14898. That's 22nd.
Should be able to jump just a tad. He goes quicker, but no, 22nd. That's where he sits, a 14.896. And that will conclude qualifying for the Owosso Nationals 150. Quick time going to Chase Pinsino. He will pick up the 10 points in a 14.473. It goes Pinsino, Crump, Versek, Berta, Polimas, then Blake Rowe. Blake Rowe not net gaining in qualifying to any of the other 3 championship contenders. Kevin, Austin Hull, that will be the redraw. Chris Shannon, Kevin Cremonesi will be the top 10. Dylan Stovall, Wes Griffith, Evan Varney, Mike Litchfield with Brandon Varney, Steve Dorr, Keegan Sabilo, Jimmy Tucker, David Leof, Michael Simcoe, Dan Leake, Andrew Scheid, 22nd with Justin Schroeder being the 23rd spot. Brian Demlin, Matt Hogan, Chris Munson, 26 drivers that went ahead and qualified.
So we're moving things a little quicker than we had originally anticipated as we are working on trying to beat Mother Nature here. Want to let folks know that the Hazleton Township Fire Department is here selling 50-50 tickets here tonight. By the way, that pot from last night did get claimed, was $4,700. And so Hazleton Township Fire Department 50-50 is going and making their rounds around here. So while they're working downstairs, it looks like Wrench France is working on getting the group together for the redraw here for the Jegs CRA All-Star Owosso Nationals 150. So again, lucky number of programs are for sale as well. we'll be giving away some goodies from the Lucky Number programs here today. So again, appreciate you folks coming out here early at Owosso Speedway, as looks like we're just moments away from taking care of that redraw down there on the front straightaway. So again, we do want to let you folks know, because of weather, we did have to remove the autograph session from part of the program. So we apologize for those of you that came out a little bit early, maybe to mingle with your favorite drivers. But we want to make sure we get this show in for you. And you see the crews now working their way into the infield to get their pit stalls ready as they get a chance to pick where they would like to pit there based on the qualifying efforts that you just witnessed. So we'll have 50 laps for the modifieds later on today, as well as our street stocks. We already had our group qualifying / practice earlier today, so we are working on getting that all together. Glad to hear that Greg Reefer here and Kim are here, big sponsors here at Owosso Speedway. I believe they'll be our grand marshals for tonight's or this afternoon's Owosso Nationals 150. So they're gathering the drivers right now for the redraw with our top qualifiers. Rich France giving them all the information they need to know. Big thank you to the entire staff here at Owosso Speedway. Yesterday, or last night, was a long, long night indeed, and everyone's been back bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, so to speak. So appreciate everyone's hard work here to make sure everything goes smooth for the drivers, for the fans, and everyone except Eric. Yeah, he's the only one that's not smiling today. All right, sounds like we are set for the redraw down there on the front straightaway. Let's send it over to Rich France to get that started.
Thanks, guys. We got 8 kids down here that are going to help with this redraw, and I'm going to introduce them real quick. Michael, Austin, Cameron, Evan, Ace, Dominic, Bronson, and Lucas. Okay, so the drivers are going to pick a child, and they have an ice cream cup. On the bottom of that ice cream cup is a starting position, 1 through 8. And that's how we'll start. So we'll kick it off first with your fast qualifier, Chase Pinsino. Oh, you knew right where he was going. Peel it off, Chase. A 1. Chase Pinsino pulls the 1. He will start from the pole. So the 1 is gone. Kyle Crump. The 2's left. And Kyle Crump pulls the 4. He'll start outside second row. Jeff Versick. Nice seeing you here. Nice job. Nice job, man. Eight. Jeff Versick will start 8th. Chase Berta. Well, you're not going to get an 8. Two outside of front row for Chase Berta. Your leader in your rookie standings, Barrett Polhemus. Still some good ones left, Barrett. Three, Barrett Polhemus will start inside row number 2. Blake row. This isn't looking good for you, is it? Blake row will start 7th inside of row number 4. Charlie Keevan. One or the other, Charlie. Six, Charlie Keevan will start outside of row number 3. Austin Hall, I will make it official down here. And Austin Hall will roll off 5th for the Owosso Nationals 150.
Well, how about that? We got the chases on the front row for the Owosso Nationals 150. Chase Pinsino inside front row. Chase Berta on the outside the front row. Rob, make sure you bend with your knees, not your back. Always trying to help, Rob. So I understand we are about 5 minutes away from our opening ceremony, so last opportunity for you to stretch your legs here or get yourself a lucky number program as we get these drivers buckled in. We mentioned if you just came in, we had to eliminate the autograph session due to necessity of wanting to get this show and all 150 laps of this event in before Mother Nature played its part. So we apologize for that. Also foregoing the formal driver introductions. So once we do our opening ceremonies, we'll fire up motors and get right into the show here this afternoon. And do want to mention in the event that Mother Nature stops us, we will honor our pit passes and general admission tickets for next week. It'll be on Saturday if we need to make up the modified and or street stock features from today. So just want to give you the heads up on that. So make sure you hold on to your general admission tickets and your pit passes in the event of rain, and that we have to make up the modified or street stock features. We'll maybe start a little bit early next Saturday. It's supposed to be our destruction event, but we will run those races early if we need to.
Well, qualifying is done. The redraw has been completed. And for Chase Pinsino, you got to be feeling really good about yourself. Going quick time, you're starting the race in the first position. You won this, I wouldn't say this race. You won at this track back in May. And then you look at it, whoa, Chase Berta is going to be to his outside. And I think Blake Rowe is thinking to himself, okay, it's going to be a little bit harder than I thought it was before I woke up.
He might have been a little too bold at the media center earlier today, and he really drew the line in the sand, and then the chases just kind of trampled all over it to get the lead this field to the green flag. But yeah, he had a 1-in-6. Chase Pinsino had a 1-in-8 shot of picking number 1, being the first driver to pick. And bada boom, bada bing. Almost like someone tipped the call. Someone tipped the pitch. He knew where to go.
Well,
and then the crowd erupted when Chase Berta got number 2. So it'll be very interesting to see. And again, with this field so tightly bunched here within, about 4/10, most of the field within 4/10 of a second of each other. It'll just take a little bit of a wiggle for the rest of the field to catch up to someone if they get out to a quick lead.
It's going to be interesting to see what's next, because now the championship points, they just shrink ever so slightly as we close to 150 laps of racing. First day race of the year here at Owosso for the Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour. They will end under the lights at Winchester Speedway in October. 4 drivers going for 1 title. It's been a fantastic year full of great racing, wild finishes, and now we get ready to kick off this event.
And Jonathan, I don't know what if 150 laps don't happen. Well, we'll get back to that. We'll talk about that afterwards, because it sounds like we are ready to send it downstairs for our opening ceremonies. I'll send it back down to Rich France.
All right, guys, thank you. Abbreviated this afternoon. We're trying to beat some of the weather on the other side of the state. So we're going to kick things off. If you please rise. We will have the invocation by Larry Avery from On Track Ministries, followed by the performance of the Canadian National Anthem by Matthew Rideout. Let's take the hats off, please. Larry?
Let's pray together. Father God, I thank you for this day that you have given us to live and to be here and enjoy a sport that we love. We ask that you would watch over all of those in the stands, protect them, keep them safe while they're watching, and especially our men and women back in the pits, our drivers, watch over each one of them as well. Our safety crew, as they get out there to clean things up, watch over them, protect them. We thank you for each and every one of them. We thank you for those that are protecting us here locally, our fighters, and our police. We thank you for all of them. Protect them. Those men and women that stand on the wall every day to protect us and allow us to enjoy this sport in freedom. We thank you for them. Bring them home safe. Watch over them. We thank you for your Son, and it's his name, Jesus, that I pray. Amen.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, and with glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
At this time, please remain standing for the presentation of colors by the Montcalm County Firefighters Association. Now to sing our own national anthem, we bring back Matthew Rideout.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the rampart we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, give us just a couple of minutes to get the rest of the drivers ready, and we'll have the command to fire engines for this afternoon's Owosso Nationals 150.
Well, Jonathan, this is where all the anticipation and all the butterflies for these drivers start to set in as they get buckled up into their race vehicles. Looking at the radar, I'm thinking we should have a very, very legitimate shot of getting things finished in a timely fashion. Looks like rain not going to make it here till maybe about 3 o'clock.
Which means it's go time.
That's right.
We don't worry about what Mother
That's
Nature
right.
has in plan. We have focused on what's happening on a Sunday afternoon in Owosso, Michigan. To the fans that have filed into the Speedway, to the fans watching back at home on Racing America and Track TV, we say hello. Welcome. I'm John Ramos alongside Roger Williams with Rich France on pit road. We have a championship fight, and if you kept up with qualifying in the redraw, you know it's about to go down for 150 laps. The Owosso Speedway Safety Group will move its way off to the racing surface, and we get ready to go to battle. 30 drivers on the entry list. We're looking at 27 most likely to take the green flag, and it's our first day race here at this track this season. Some drivers talking about a third group possibly opening up. Most notably, it will be 2 by 2, and we saw yesterday in the Stars race, we can see 3 wide.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. We've seen some attempts earlier this season where the super late models have been able to find keeping that momentum on the very, very tip top. Of course, this is a progressively banked track, 12, 14, 16 on the top. And if they can go where the cars in front of them aren't, they got a good shot to fight their way up to the front of the field. And the way qualifying was, it's a day for records, I think.
Let's throw it back down to the grid with Rich France. Rich.
All right, race fans, it's now time for the command to fire engines for this afternoon's Owosso Nationals 150, and we bring in Greg Reefer from Reefer Peterbilt. Greg, they're all yours.
Thank you. Drivers, start your engines.
And it's the best sound you will hear on a Sunday afternoon in central Michigan. It's time to go Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour, racing the penultimate race on the 2024 calendar. You've heard it nonstop. Championship, championship, championship. Yes, you want to win on Owosso. Yes, you want to win a 150-lap feature, but keep an eye on the 71 of Blake Rowe, 79 Barrett Polimis, 14 Chase Pinsino, and the 18 of Chase Berta. They're your championship 4, and they have the best mathematical shot at winning the title.
And it's been tight all season long. And one thing to watch, the rivalry between Rowe and Berta, although they kind of laughed it off as not really a rivalry, but they've certainly shown some frustrations with one another over the course of the season, and that will be something to watch. But Rowe's got to get to him first, because Rowe's starting a lot farther back than you see Chase Berta and Chase Pinsino, as it's ironic that they're all going to be chasing the chases at the drop of the green flag.
It will be Berta on the outside. That's his Ford Mustang. Chase Pinsino on the inside is Chevy SS. This track has a lot of character. It's got a lot of history. The oldest operating racetrack in Michigan. 3/8 mile, progressive banking from 12 degrees on the bottom, 14 in the middle, 16 up top. And this repave happened in fall of 2022. It's not new anymore. It's showing life. It's showing character. And guess what? It's still the original configuration from Elmer Simcoe, 1987. Ones to watch, no doubt about it, is the Championship 4. But oh man, that 23 has shown life in Kyle Crump.
Yeah, Kyle Crump qualifying 4th today. One of the first ones to get a chance to break that existing track record, and a number of them did it. And I can't imagine with the way qualifying was that this is, like I said, one of those races that's going to be in the record books, because we've already had some fabulous storylines to talk about, and now we have 150 laps of the true story that I can't wait to get to the end of.
So the field is lining up 2 by 2 on the backstretch. That gives us time to continue to keep an eye on the stories. Now, we did have an interview session, a Q&A, earlier today, and nobody wanted to ask the question until Owosso's own decided to say, let's rip it off. Guess what? It was talked about the Berta versus Rowe fiasco. It started in Whittemore. It went to Owosso. It even showed up at Birch Run. Both the drivers have said, we're letting it go. We're here to do one thing, and that's race. We're not going to tear up equipment that gets expensive, that's disrespectful. We're here to win, and there's no better way to add an exclamation point to a season than winning at this track.
Yes, and both of them know how to do that here, and that's the crazy thing. I think that's a disadvantage for a lot of this field. Of course, Pinsino is also one here as well. So you've got those drivers that are chasing championships that have already captured gold here at the Speedway.
Want to keep an eye on one thing, that is the weather. We will not be talking about it too much. We want to keep an eye on the race, but it is 81 degrees out, mostly cloudy, 10 miles per hour winds from the southwest. There is a chance of light showers around 3 to 5. When does that come? Oh, that's up to Mother Nature. Right. It is a wide target, but that's why we are starting early. The cars are rolling off down into turns 3 and 4. For 16 drivers, they got an opportunity to race in last night's new Stars race. And oh boy, did Dylan Stovall show up and show out. So did Austin Hull. Got to ask you, Roger, do you think they have an advantage tonight?
Well, I think certainly Stovall will, I would say, would have probably the better opportunity. He has won a pro late model event here in 2024 as well, so he has obviously the most amount of laps around this speedway compared to Hull. But again, you're starting middle of the pack. A lot of things can happen outside your control, and it's just about avoiding, and a little luck's got to be on your side as well. So we shall see here as this field of cars works its way through, as the 7 machine at a stop over there in turn number 2 there. Hopefully he's just ratcheting up them safety belts here and will rejoin the field.
And they continue to work around the racetrack. Couple laps to get some heat in the tires. There hasn't been actually too much heat on the surface. You see the penalty cars dropping in the back. Keegan Sabilo, one of those. He is in the rookie championship points inside the top 3, but nothing that he can truly say is better unless he can get a win. Let's throw it down to Rich France. Rich?
Yeah, guys, Blake Rowe's got a little bit different view to this afternoon. They all 4 championship contenders made the redraw. but the guys that are chasing him, Chase Pincinot, Chase Berta on the front row, Barrett Polhemus in the 79 inside second row. As long as he can keep his eye on them, it won't be a damaging night or afternoon. But 150 laps to go here at Owosso, a long way for this group.
Thanks, Rich. Yes, as we go around here, I can feel the butterflies, Jonathan, as they get ready to go that 150 lap battle. And you know, there's talent up and down this field, and someone's just waiting. I think today we might see a first-time winner. I think there's a very, very good opportunity for someone to come out of here with a surprise victory.
And it wouldn't surprise me. The most amount of wins this year has been two, that by Blake Rowe. So keep that in mind. Most of the drivers have won just one. And we are getting the confirmation. We are coming back around for the wave lap. That means these fans have to get up off their seats and start waving, because every driver loves coming to Owosso. The fan base is great, the track is amazing, and we're ready to go afternoon running of the Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour. Race fans, on your feet, it's the wave lap. Wave at your favorite driver. Wave at your favorite driver's teammate. Wave your hands, wave your seat cushions, wave it all, because it's showtime from Owosso.
The excitement builds here on another afternoon here, the second day of our Owosso Nationals. We had 166 cars here yesterday, another 70, 80 cars here today, and we are ready to go on a Sunday afternoon here in mid-Michigan. Maybe we can sweep these clouds away. Let's get the vortex going, and let's go racing.
Let's talk about it. Chase Pincinot, Chase Berta, row one. Polhemus up there with Crump, row number two. We'll get the one to go this time, which means we are ready to roll. If you want to race for a championship come Winchester, you better show up and race hard here in Owosso. The sun, it's up, it's cloudy, and this track is quick. So let's see it for the penultimate race in 2024. Let's light them up from Owosso Speedway. It's the Owosso Nationals 150.
Field heads off into turn number one. Pincinot, slight advantage. He comes up the track just a little bit. Berta has to back off. He's got a quarter of a car length ahead of Berta now. Berta trying to duck down to the inside. He'll do so, but Pincinot's going to lead the first lap.
Got it done. Ford goes to second. Chevy on Chevy. That's the battle for third. Polhemus on the inside. Crump stuck top side. You got Austin Hole. You got Keevan. They're not laying off, just inside the top seven.
Yeah, and that watching, we got one car stuck on that high side, just trying to get in line, that 55 of Charlie Keevan right now. And now he finally gets down to the inside behind the 23 of Crump. And now they'll be single files. Your front three threaten to pull away here early.
It's a championship 1, 2, 3. Pincinot, Berta, Polhemus. Where's your championship leader? He's mired in traffic. That's Blake Rowe stuck in the 7th position. He wants to get up there. He wants to fight his heart out, but there's still a lot of racing left to go. He's toe-to-toe with Hole.
Yeah, and Hole doing a nice job holding up on the top side early in this event. We didn't know if the top side was going to be able to allow you to be competitive at least right out the gate. And at least Hull was able to, and he gets center of that corner. He gets a nice run to at least pull alongside. Crump 71 just can't get the job done, but if they can work the top side now, boy, I can't wait till lap 75 and beyond.
Here comes Chris Shannon, the last two trips to Owosso. He's been really a closer of the underdog camp. He's now toe-to-toe with Hull. The 71 machine, Blake Rowe, gets cleared into the 6th position, and everyone starts single filing out. Evan Varney, Brandon Varney, they were toe-to-toe. They're also now single file to 1.
Pincinot leading by a half car length. Berta just kind of driving in the 14's tracks, while Polhemus rather, all by himself in third. Just watching that lead duo as they just click off laps at this point. I think everyone just trying to be patient because lap number 7 doesn't pay anything.
This top 3 really does tell the story. Chase Berta, he won the Masters of the Pros last year, but he's been chasing another win all season long. He looks to the back end of the 14 of Pincinot. Pincinot won the Big O Classic back in May and had a really good car for Masters in 2024, but that power steering issue derailed him, and he lost a lot of championship points behind it. Who's sitting third, you may ask? Barrett Polhemus, Mr. Consistency, already staying consistent consistent just a couple laps into this race.
And the nice thing is he doesn't have anybody around him, so he doesn't have to worry about anyone pounding on that back bumper, nor does he have to. He's got a little bit of room in case the front two decide to get a little racy, that he can make a quick decision if he has to. But right now, sitting quietly in third, and Kyle Crump trying to track him down. He's left that second group, and here comes Rowe in the 71. He's trying to lead that second pack as he gets around the 55.
Bottom right of your screen was the battle of Pinsino and Chase Berta. On your screen now, that's Dorr and Leaf. Leaf in the Silver Bullet, Dorr in the Red Fusion, stuck on the outside lane. They've been toe-to-toe for quite some time, and dead ahead of them, it's just a bombardment of machines stuck with nowhere to go.
And boy, that last lap, the Chris Shannon machine got a piece of that 71 of Rowe as they came out of turn number 2, and Rowe was able to hold on to it. It really hurt the 32's performance there, but those two now are threatening to move away from that second group of cars, led by the 55 of Charlie Keevan. Is your front four? Well, they're just a Sunday afternoon drive so far.
Yeah, they have really pulled away. Berta is about, I want to say, 4 car lengths back, but still on your screen, more toe-to-toe action. Here's Dylan Stovall underneath Keevan. That is still for position. Remember, Stovall won the New Stars race just yesterday, and Keevan with that new body, it's being put to work. Here comes Brandon Varney on the bottom.
Boy, Brandon looking for another good run, the winner at the Corrigan Oil Speedway earlier this season. He'll pick up another spot. That'll move Brandon Varney up to the 8th position, as now we've got cars all around this speedway, and it won't be long before Pinsino starts having to deal with lapped traffic.
134 laps to go here at Owosso Speedway. You're watching the Owosso Nationals 150, the Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour penultimate race. Pinsino, Berta, Polimis, your top 3. Kyle Crump, Blake Rowe, top 5. Chris Shannon, Dylan Stovall, Brandon Varney, Austin Holt, Charlie Keevan, the top 10. Evan Varney, Kevin Cremonesi, Keegan Sabilo, Jimmy Tucker, with Mike Litchfield. That's the top 15.
Well, Justin Schroeder about to go a lap down to your race leader. Pinsino going to look to the high side of him down the back straightaway. Berta probably about 0.3 of a second behind your race. They make it 0.8 of a second that last time by, which equates to about 5 or 6 car lengths, make it about 8 now as they cross the stripe at lap number 19.
Now, I don't think Blake Rowe is in go, go, go mode, because the last couple of times he has come to Owosso, he went out and led a ton of laps, and then problem struck. He missed the choose cone. He got into it with Berta, and then all of a sudden it was just this run from the back to the front to the back to the front again. Right now he's in a position where it's mostly calm and all the energy is truly behind him, but he knows he can go out there and fight with the Berta and Polimis machines. But guess what? He's also thinking, comp yellow. After 50 consecutive laps, the yellow will wave. There's no point for Berta to head up there and start fighting toe-to-toe.
Right, and I think one thing here, if we get this long green flag run like we have currently, your leader's going to be in some heavy lap traffic, because he's got the back half of the field all running single file practically, and that's about 3/4 of a straightaway in front of Chase Pinsino.
Speaking of Pinsino, he's got a full second lead over Chase Berta, and this is what he wanted in Masters of the Pros. Now the opportunity continues to rise. He went fastest in qualifying. He drew the 1. He's looking for max points on the weekend, and currently showing stride for stride, he will be the one to beat. But Chase Berta also knows anything can happen here, including late. Keep an eye on that 18.
Well, I'm watching Dylan Stovall. He made his move around Chris Shannon. He's just outside the top 5, running in 6th now. So Dylan Stovall trying to put it all together here today.
One slow to the inside, and coming to pit road, that's Justin Schroeder.
Oh, power problems back straightaway. Sabilo involved.
That's the 22 machine going around. That would be Wes Griffith. I believe the 7 machine as well. That should be, oh, can't see just from this view. It is not Leaf, if I'm not mistaken.
Would that be?
And the caution will
Yeah,
wave.
I can't
That
tell.
is.
So whether that was.
It
Dorr?
is. It was Leaf.
It was Leaf. Okay. Yep. There he is. I can see it now. Yeah, that must have been some contact. It was an odd spot for those drivers to go sideways. Looked up, and 22 had already. Or the 77 and the 22 had already gone around sideways about a quarter way down the back straightaway. But yeah, this changes some things a little bit. Lap traffic won't be a problem for Pinsino, at least.
Was tough to see from our vantage point, but if you can start putting 2 to 2 together, look at the right rear of David Leaf in his Monroe Asphalt 4. They're going to have to pull that out. Keegan Sabilo, he's been fighting tough all year, already an early incident. They're going to put Barabon on that left front. And everyone will come to a standstill for the first time as the caution waves from Owosso.
So Pinsino, your race leader at lap number 24. Berta in second, Polimus in third, Kyle Crump fourth, Blake Rowe in the fifth spot, then Dylan Stovall sixth, Chris Shannon seventh, Brandon Varney up to eighth, and Austin Hull is ninth. Evan Varney gets himself into the 10th position here very, very early here in this Owosso National 150.
Jegs.com is home for every gearhead, professional racer, weekend warrior, and restorationer who wants to take their vehicle to the next level. Millions depend on Jegs for their high-performance car parts, and you should too. For more information, log on to Jegs.com or call 1-800-345-4545. While we have the opportunity, let's throw it back down to pit road to Rich. Rich?
Yeah, down here in the 77 pit for Keegan Sabilo, left front nose damage. They're taping it up. The nose on the left front now is awfully close to the ground, right in front of that left front tire. We'll have to keep an eye on that. David Leof off in the way. He was late into that incident. He got a little bit of right rear damage, right rear quarter panel damage, trying to avoid Wes Griffith in a 22 still out on the racetrack.
Yeah, the way Griffith actually was turned around, it looked like Sabilo got into him. I wondered maybe if Leof would have gotten help. That left rear was interesting the way it looked. But the good news is they look to mostly be getting back on the racing surface. Your championship contenders were not affected, and this is the perfect opportunity to talk about Sunoco Race Fuels. There would be no opportunity with racing here with the Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour if it wasn't for decades of performance with Sunoco Race Fuels, who have been associated with racing excellence. Today, Sunoco has expanded the reach of its racing fuel around the world to include all types of professional motorsports and other activities where premium race fuels make a difference. Winning on today's racing circuit requires more than an exponential driver and a well-built car. It takes high-performance racing fuel. Find SunocoRacefuels.com/fuel finder to find a Sunoco fuel distributor near you. Hoosier Tire has had a long history of great racing. Their tire is one of an American dream come true for two young Indiana entrepreneurs who turned a professional vision and a personal vision into a reality. Today, Hoosier Racing Tire is the largest race tire manufacturer in the world. Hoosier has grown for their racing tire with the fuel of passion, pride, success with tire designs for champions. Well, a champion will be crowned at Winchester. You look at the title fight, we're going to be talking about it all day. Top three in the hunt. Fourth, that's Crump. He's trophy hunting today, but Blake Rowe has worked his way up to that fifth position ever so slightly. A couple of drivers talked about they need a win out. Chase Berta is one of them. He wasn't really thinking championship. He's considering just going out and sweeping, but guess what? We got more of a word. That's from Rich France. Rich?
Yeah, Steve Dorer down on pit road, not happy with this race car at all. They had the ratchet in the back window, checking tire pressures, all four tires getting tire pressure adjustments on that FLF race car's number 7.
That's unfortunate for Dorer, one of those drivers that have raced consistently here at Owosso Speedway. Still early, and they always say if you're going to have an issue, you might as well have it very early in the event. And we've had features this year that was 104 laps, 100 laps, 185, 150 feels just about right for a beautiful Sunday afternoon in September. But the chance of rain still looming. Nobody really considering it just yet with how long that first stint went.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right here. And I believe this is an ST1, ST2 tire race. How many tires were they allowed here today? I did not ask that. 6 tires today. So, but the one nice thing about this track, they don't really wear out the tires. Great track compound. This is the same compound that of asphalt that they have at Daytona and Talladega. So tire wear very, very good here at Owosso Speedway. But again, with the different types of tires that have hit the track over this weekend, you know, it could play a part in the grip as we go along.
Let's go ahead and line it up for the choose. Pinsino to the inside, Berta to the outside. Top 4 mostly unchanged. Top 6 stays the same. Shannon and Brandon Varney will drop it downstairs with Austin Hull. And Evan Varney will go topside with Kevin Cremonesi.
So just like at the start, Pinsino and Berta will lead them to the green flag with Polimus and Crump in row number 2. And Rowe and Stovall. Now Stovall gets an opportunity to mix it up with the top the top 5 here, and I'll be interested to see what he can do with that top side, because he is not afraid to use that high side. We've seen him use it many, many times before.
Now, what I've found interesting is some of these drivers were wondering if that third lane would come in, almost like it did in the new Stars race, just for the restart. Haven't seen it just yet. It's been mostly 2x2, but things could still change. Pace truck makes the hard left onto pit road as Pinsino and Berta form up 2x2 with Polimis and Krupp set dead behind them. Let's restart the Owosso Nationals 150. We're back green.
Some aggressiveness there on that start as they try to anticipate it. Pinsino is going to jump out once again to the lead. Berta crisscross, tried to look to the bottom side. Now he's got the 23 of Krupp to his outside as they're going to come by single file front 3.
Oh, Polimis, he can't lose too many spots, and I think Krupp is one in that third position. Oh, got dicey for the third and fourth spot. Here comes Evan Varney. He's top side of Rowe.
Well, Rowe got the front left tire on that concrete, and boy, did that upset the car, and that allowed Stovall and Varney getting in the mix as well. In car number 16, he's just outside the top 5, and he might make his way around Rowe's number 71.
I'm telling you, Evan Varney's on cloud 9 after that top 5 in the new Stars race. Chevy on Chevy. Look at the damage to the nose of Blake Rowe. It is completely punctured in, and he may lose some time. Varney on the outside. Does he get through? Oh, Rowe's not going to allow him to clear just yet. Back toe-to-toe to 3.
Well, I wonder if that damage on that right front might be from Stovall, because the 2 laps prior there, once that 71 had gotten out of shape, he did give a little tap to the back bumper of Stovall in 3 and 4 just to let him know that he might not have been happy with how everything played out over on the other side of the speedway in turn 1.
Rowe, Varney, that's the battle on the inside. Tucker versus Leak, that's the battle on the top left of your screen. Watch Jimmy Tucker down into 1 and 2. Every so often you'll see him really lose that rear end, and it's almost like how he went around in practice 1 on Saturday. Really interested to see if Tucker's team was able to get it fixed. Oh man, he got into Leak big time in 1 and 2.
I think Leak thought he might have been clear going in there, but that bumper of the 22 was still in the way. And boy, he did a nice job, Leak did, to not spin that car around. As boy, Rowe is still in that battle in the 6th spot. He just cannot get, he's got both Varneys all around him now.
And Evan Varney was laying on him when he came off turn 4. I'm telling you, it's a Chevrolet dogfight for this spot. There's no Hoosier Tire lettering on the right side of the Rowe machine.
Ooh.
Brandon up the track. Evan to the inside.
Oh, contact, wow.
And that was with Chris Shannon. Austin Hull had a clear view of it and had to just stand on the brake.
Wow, hopefully that didn't cut down any of those tires, because that was pretty hard contact. You saw the smoke come off the Shannon machine as your front 2 setting up for quite a battle here, as Berta's gotten right to the back bumper of Pinsino.
He's there and he's ready to make a charge. 3-car battle still towards the dead back of the field, give or take. Evan Varney, Austin Hull. You have Chris Shannon, but up front, Rowe is ready to move forward. He's got no one in front of him. It's Chase Berta with Pinsino as they're getting ready to dogfight for the lead.
Yeah, it seems like all of a sudden we've settled down a little bit from that restart. I think that's where a lot of these drivers trying to make their hay, is on those restarts, trying to steal that track position, as everyone now uses the bottom line. No one's stepping out of line here at lap number 36.
114 laps to go. That's here at Owosso Speedway. It goes Pinsino, Berta, Krupp, Polimis top 4, Stovall, Blake Rowe, Brandon Varney, Evan Varney top 8, Austin Hull, Chris Shannon top 10, Cremonesi, Leak, Tucker, Griffith, Wischide. That is the top 15 of the 30 entries in this race. If I'm not mistaken, 26 have taken the green flag, with a couple drops due to mechanical failures. If I'm Pinsino, I'm feeling great, but man, if Chase Berta continues to pick up speed in the latter half of this race, it may be a little bit of worry for the Chevrolet team.
Well, he seems to have all 4 wheels underneath him. Makes me think that maybe he's only just pushing hard enough to keep up with Pinsino, maybe show his hand a little bit later on. We're still about a straightaway back before we catch Schroeder at the tail end of this field. As, yeah, right now, the chases, they didn't get a chance to rise to the top because they started there, but they're certainly able to hold their own up there.
And I haven't seen them really try that second groove.
No.
We've seen it now out of Evan Varney. We've seen it a couple times out of Blake Rowe. They love using the bottom, and then once they come down off 1 and 2, as you'll see in a moment, they'll get the right sides on the backstretch lip. We call it the shelf. We have a lot of dirt fans that watch the product, so we said, hey, let's call it the shelf back there. That is so Owosso Speedway can add in soft walls in the near future. Pro late model drivers absolutely love using it because it gives them a great launch into turn 3.
Yeah, we're a little worried what's going to happen when we do put the soft wall in because everyone's used to having that extra space there. And as you can see with the black marks, sometimes they overuse it. But yeah, eventually the soft walls will come in, and that may completely change your exit out of turn number 2 in the future.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, there's also concrete up there. There's a little slab where the soft wall would go in. Does that give the drivers just a little bit more grip into turn 3?
You know, it may. It may. We haven't seen that really work to their advantage yet, but they do tend to dip their way down to get there and try to get that car to turn. 105
laps to go when the leaders cross around this time by. Berta was a second back before the caution. He's now 4/10 back. We look further in the field. Cremonesi, Leak, and if I'm not mistaken, that should be the Jimmy Tucker machine closing in that 22. Oh, you actually have Chris Shannon back there as well. They were toe-to-toe for a good bit of time. They have now single filed out, but as we saw in the Masters of the Pros, from about 6th, 7th, 8th on back, it's just a never-ending clash for position.
Yeah, now things are going to get real interesting here unless we're getting close to the competition caution here as your leader's starting to get to the back of the field. We're seeing a couple cars already go a lap down, including the 15 of Brian Demland, who is staying well outside the racing groove to let the drivers go by, although Schroeder now is going to go side by side right in front of the 23 of Crump. That's going to slow him down. But Berta has kind of lost touch. He's not running right on that back bumper of your race leader, Pinsino. Just kind of sitting back there. I think they probably know, yeah, we're probably going to get that caution here momentarily. Let's sit and see how this lap traffic plays out. We don't have to push each other through it at this point.
Further in the field, Mike Litchfield, Wes Griffith, they've now gone toe-to-toe. Bottom right of your screen, you have Chase Pinsino. Now, Pinsino's got to worry because what was considered the drivers in the back are soon about to be the drivers up front.
Yes.
He's got a minefield about 3, 4, 5 machines, all just toe-to-toe, and now have single file for the most part. How do you get through lap traffic? We've seen before, you can be really quick in clean air, but can your car handle well when there's side-by-side action in front of you? This is going to be the real test to Chase Pinsino to see if he can work his way through without any problems.
Well, one of the nice things I've noticed watching the Jegs CRA All-Star Tour is these drivers are pretty respectful of when the leaders do come up on them. It's just going to make a difference. Once they start using that second groove, I think, yeah, it'll be a lot tougher now because the Pinsino, you know, will have to find a different way around, but he's going to try that top side maybe for the first time. He's really not had to search around the track for speed. So we'll see what Pinsino does because he has just gotten to the beehive now.
Now remember, Chase Pinsino came into this race 35 points back. One win was at Owosso, the Big O Classic. Another thing to note is with him getting the max points and leading these laps, with Blake Rose sitting in 6th, if the race ended as it is right now, he would have, I think, a legit shot come Winchester.
Watching battle for the 4th spot. Polimas trying to hold off the 24 Stovall. Stovall had looked to the inside a couple of times, especially as they approached the slower cars, but now Stovall is going to sit back there and follow that 79 around a little bit longer.
94 laps to go in the Owosso Nationals 150, presented by Reefer Peterbilt. This is how it runs. Pinsino, Berta, Crump, Polimas, that's the top 4. Polimas is 5 seconds back. Crump 2.5, Berta 8/10 and change, 6th, 7th, 8th, or should we say even adding in 5th, we still have Polimas P4, Stovall 5th, Blake Rose sitting in 6th, Brandon Varney, Evan Varney, Austin Holt, Kevin Cremonesi top 10, Dan Lee, Chris Shannon, Jimmy Tucker, Andrew Scheid is now up to the 14th position, Michael Simcoe in 15th, Mike Litchfield with Steve Dorr, Sabilo, Wes Griffith, Charlie Keevan top 20.
Austin Hull and Evan Varney in quite a slap fight back there for the 7th position. They've been side by side the last couple of laps, and it looks like Hull's going to take over that spot now. That's over in turns 3 and 4.
And you had to see Evan Varney get all 4 wheels on the shelf. Austin Hull is not worried about moving a guy. We've seen it happen before. I believe we also saw it last night in the New Stars race. Well, he is in the 8th position. He's looking for the comp yellow. So we're still in that window. We still got a little ways to go. So do keep that in mind. A comp yellow is still in the ballpark. Here's your race leader, forced to go toe-to-toe with the back marker. That's Keegan Sabilo in the 77, Chase Pinsino in the 14. Pinsino will easily find a way through, but has Steve Dorr dead ahead of him.
Dylan Stovall now moves into the 4th spot. He wrestled the inside lane away from Polimis and starting to pull away from the 79, and he's still got the 71 of Blake Road, just kind of watching that battle with Varney right behind him. As, yeah, we got cars all over this track, really starting to get interesting. Oh, look out. I thought Tucker was going to get booted over there in turn number 4 from Scheid, but Scheid was able to back off in time.
Chase Berta now toe-to-toe with the Sabilo machine as Pinsino is toe-to-toe with Dorr. Dorr, the red 7 on the outside. That is a Ford Fusion with Pinsino on the inside, the Chevy SS.
Lap traffic, the fly in the ointment right now. Berta able to clear his car. Pinsino still working the inside, trying to get around Dorr's number 7. He's got a side-by-side battle in front of him that is going to slow down his efforts here. And Berta is now starting to reel in, your race leader.
Yeah, Cremonesi is not really giving in just yet on the 44 machine. You're able to see what Mike Litchfield is able to do. He sits there, he's not going to lay out, but you have the leader coming, and this is where Berta really can't capitalize. Look at the time he just made up on that end of the speedway.
Now he's right on the back bumper of Dorr, who's right on the back bumper of Pinsino. Yeah, Berta licking his chops a little bit. He wants to get around that number 7 so he gets a shot at that 14. Although I'm not sure it's going to matter because they're still going to have to deal with the side-by-side, and Pinsino's going to take a chance to go 3 wide.
3 wide, who bails? It's the 44 Litchfield. Now Pinsino toe-to-toe with Cremonesi, grabs 1, grabs 2, and says adios to turn 3.
And again, Litchfield goes right back to work on that 28 car. That blocks the Berta machine from making any forward progress. Thought maybe he was going to take advantage of the fact that those 2 cars went nose to tail, but instead he finds himself a wall of late models in front of him.
Berta's thinking that he may have to go 3 wide. He almost thought of that situation down into turn 3. Let's see if he can do it in turn 2.
He took a look. Now he's just going to sit back there, not going to chance it at this point, but he also has to hope that those 2 drivers in front of him don't make a mistake racing each other hard, because he don't want to be collected up in some incident that happens outside the top 10 or in any position on the track for that matter.
Update from race control, competition caution, lap 74. Berta will not be able to catch Chase Pinsino as we're coming to 78 left. And I think right now he's thinking, let's ride around. Where's 3rd place by chance? Okay, that's Kyle Crump, about a second back. As long as we don't have any more issues while we're stuck in this jam, should be good to go. So go Chevy, Ford, Chevrolet. Oh man, Kyle Crump, he was dirt tracking it off turn 4.
Oh, we got problems. Leaf just maybe blowed up in car number 7.
And he's going to go around.
He's going to go around, yeah. Look out.
And that will be the 2nd caution of this race. We did not get to the comp yellow. Safety crews and track officials looking around to see if maybe there was any fluid thrown onto the racetrack.
Now the nice thing, for the most part, he had stayed to the inside, but that was getting rather dicey there down the front straightaway.
And the Owosso safety crews are quick to work to check in on David Leaf and to check in on the speedway. So the caution is out for the 2nd time in the Owosso Nationals 150, presented by Reefer Peterbilt. The penultimate race in the 2024 Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour season. Oh boy, what a race we've had in the middle of this back. It's been really dicey, but it's looking to be tough to catch Chase Pinsino. But there's one thing that Chase Berta does week in and week out. He improves as the race goes on. He can be a 5th place driver by the drop of the green flag. He will be contending for the win by the time you see 3 or 2 to go.
Well, I think that might be some of Chase Berta's dirt pedigree. You know, he also ran the dirt late model up at the Mount Pleasant Speedway on Friday night, finishing 6th. And you know, on dirt, you're constantly searching around the track for speed and grip. And so you know, I think Chase not afraid to try some things when he has the opportunity or he's comfortable. And I think he's had plenty of opportunity to do that. He hasn't been pressured from behind. He's just been able to look forward and try some things and know what's going to allow him to pull up to the 14 when he needs to. And again, we're just about at the halfway point of this event. Eventually, we're going to see what he's learned.
Single file as everyone calms down. Who's on pit road? That's Keegan Sabilo. They're checking in on the right front. And I think they're going to put fresh rubber on it. So remember, this is a 6-tire race. Very early for Sabilo to go in, but we did see in races past, if tires don't mean as much as it would to a Winchester and Anderson, why not? Come on, put the right sides on and see if maybe there could be a net gain before the next comp yellow or an impending issue.
Cremonesi also in the pit area there. They're taking a look underneath the right front of that machine, that racewraps.com car. Also the 22 of Todd Delisle, or Wes Griffith. They're also jacking up the right side of that machine. Looks like they're going to go for a tire change.
Look at this. They're pulling the bare bond off the left front of Keegan Sabilo. And I think they're going to have to go under the hood.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. They're pulling pins. Look like they were pulling pins off the front there, although they're not lifting that hood at the moment. Oh, they're bringing out the special tool there, the old hammer.
Yeah, let's see what Rich France sees down there. Rich, you got us?
Yeah, busiest pit road yet today, guys. Kevin Cremonesi in the 28, he just rolled off. They aren't happy with the handling on that automobile. Ratchet in the rear window, tire pressure adjustments. Sitting here in the 77 of Keegan Sabilo, right side tires, ST2 tires going on that. Trying to get some more clearance here on the left front from the damage earlier. Wes Griffith in the 22, they put on right side tires. And guys, all down pit road, the extra 2 tires that they get for this race, everything that I've seen is ST2 right side tires, no lefts at all down pit road.
Yeah, I said it was pretty early. I'm going to correct that statement. We're at 77 laps to
point.
go.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is the ballpark to go ahead and do so. Now, I don't think the leaders will come in unless they really need to make a big adjustment, and then maybe they'll add the right side tires on. There's no need for Pinsino and Berta to come in and lose that track position, including when it's been a track position heavy race with the first half coming nearly to a close.
And boy, I tell you, you can't replace the expertise of Rich France down there on pit lane. You know, a longtime driver, he knows what's going on underneath these cars, what these crew chiefs are doing, what they're thinking, and he's right on the ball with the information. We appreciate what he's doing down there on pit road for us here this afternoon. And you see a lot of speedy dry put down from the motor gravy, so to speak, on the 7 of Leaf. And you know, if you're watching at home on Racing America or Track TV, you'll see a lot of spots around this track where we've had a lot of expired motors this weekend, and unusually hot for this time of year here in Michigan. And and probably a lot of tired motors as well that have expired, and that's why you see a lot of spots or a lot of cleanup has been done over the course of this weekend. And the track safety crew has really busted their tail to make sure this surface is safe for these drivers.
And you see the flatbed taking away the 7 of Leaf. His race is done. Chevrolet Performance pioneered the high-performance crate engine half a century ago, and they've never stopped working to offer enthusiasts new and more powerful solutions for their projects. You've got a dream in your garage, they want to help you bring it to life. Reject knockoff crate engines and choose a sure shot of adrenaline from Chevrolet Performance, a 20-year supporter and long-standing sponsor of grassroots racing nationwide.
Well, the Monroe Asphalt number 7, not the trip to the pit you would want to have, especially only at the halfway point here. But I'm sure he will be ready to go come Winchester in just a couple of weeks. That's always a big event for you guys. And then you got the All-American 100 coming up in November down at your stomping grounds there at Nashville Fairgrounds.
Yeah, and obviously for Winchester weekend, we'll have our championship. That will be Friday, October 11th. I'm telling you, you're either going to want to be there in attendance for it, or you're going to be watching live on Racing America and Track TV, because if this race has shown anything, it's going to be a really close title fight. Chase Pinsino, if it can stay this way, it's going to be the Pinsino versus Berta show, versus Rowe show for Chase Berta. He needs to win today.
Yeah.
He needs to win at Winchester and watch and see what happens with the rest of the championship contenders. For Barrett Polimas, he lost that third spot very early in the race after some green flag runs. Crump got through, Stovall got through, but how about Dylan Stovall?
Yeah.
He was emotional after winning the New Stars race just yesterday, and he's having a heck of a run. He's up inside the top 5.
Yeah, and Dylan had a good run a couple weeks ago as well. And yeah, he's been really happy with the consistent upfront finishes. Like you said, he has had some rough luck this season, that hard crash at Berlin when he was fast. And to be able to come out and fight his way forward after proving himself, not only proving himself last night, but to come out here with those that have won in the past, and to come out and be consistent in the top 5, being able to pass the likes of Polimas and Rowe already, you know, here in the early going. Boy, I got to imagine that there's about 5 extra horsepower behind the wheel of that car right now than just from his excitement.
Indeed. Let's throw it back down to pit road to Rich France.
Yeah, guys, update on David Leaf. Oil line in the front, they believe. He's done for the day. They just took him back to the pit area. Another thing everybody's looking at, guys, and you might want to take a peek. That weather that we were expecting is getting awfully close. Are we going to start seeing some strategy and it's a little bit harder racing? Because if we get past the halfway point, that could mean the end of this race.
So we will keep an eye on it. We are projecting rain within the next 20 minutes, but it's a wide margin. It goes from 20 minutes to maybe 40, 50, 60 minutes. So these drivers may get a little bit more antsy. They have to reach the halfway point, so keep that in mind. We got 77 laps to go as of this moment. We'll see what happens if they get to 75, 74 to go. This race is official for Chase Pinsino. It's gonna be the big lock-in, okay? You gotta hold on here, and if they start catching up, you may have to start mirror driving, because I don't think Chase Berta is gonna be waiting around.
Yeah, will this be, will they be racing as a 3-lap shootout, or a 20-lap shootout, or a 77-lap shootout? Yeah, I was wondering how that was gonna play out. I probably should have been one of the questions I could have asked at the media session. Okay, with weather's coming, when do you decide, or how soon will you decide to be aggressive?
And the thing is, we talk about the weather system, but let's look at the other opportunity that is open for drivers that are still wanting to crack that top 5. 77 laps to go means we're not going green all the way through. Either an incident on track gives us a caution, or we have the comp yellow come out once again. That would be with 27 laps to go. And after 27 laps to go, there's not a lot of time to try many things. I think if you're Chase Pinsino here, you have to be speaking to your team. Okay, how likely is this weather system coming in? Is it coming around Owosso, or is it going to be a direct target to the speedway? Oh, well, how has the rest of this race gone? Has it been a bottleneck consistently towards the back half of the field, impending an issue, or are we most likely going to see a comp yellow? This is just some of the things that are going through the Pinsino camp, the Berta camp, and most definitely the Blake Rowe camp, because they want to get back to this lead.
And you know, so many times that we have flirted with rain over this past season that, yeah, the radar says this, they're predicting this, and we might go an extra 40 minutes before the rain actually hits the ground from what you see on radar. So, you know, we could very well get the bulk of this event in. And for those of you that are here in the grandstands, if rain should come in, hold on to your general admission tickets, because those rain checks will be good for Saturday. If we have to make up the street stocks or modifieds next Saturday, we're normally doing a destruction night. We'll start a little earlier to run those features if we have to, if rain forces us to have to cancel any portion of the show.
We want to thank Racing Electronics for their sponsorship of Champion Racing Association. Racing Electronics is a fixture at major motorsport events across the country, from the RE Red headsets worn by thousands of race fans to the racing electronics equipment used on pit road, in the car, and on the spotter stand. Racing Electronics produces and sells the most popular motorsports communication equipment available today. Log on to Racing Electronics CRA.com for more information. You're watching the Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour presented by Chevrolet Performance live at Owosso Speedway on Track TV and Racing America. So thankful for all the fans that have filed into Owosso Speedway, and we will continue to monitor situations. They are still keep an eye on the oil that was put down on the racetrack. If you're just tuning in, we say hello. Once again, we started just a little bit early because of impending weather, but there is still a very good chance we will see the checkered flag by the end of this afternoon.
Yeah, I'll hold on to that optimism that we should be able to get this through. Sometimes the gods are very kind to racing, and we're hoping for that here today on this Sunday. And I want to say hello to Zach Heiser. Unfortunately, not able to be here today, at home recovering. And I teased him all the time when he comes to do the CRA Jegs Tour races. He sits in my chair, and this is probably the most uncomfortable I felt in my own chair with Zach not being here, because Zach needs to be here. And hopefully you get good and rested up, and you'll be ready for Winchester.
Pacing continuing around the racetrack. Let's continue to talk storylines. How about that of the driver in the number 23? That's Kyle Crump. He was fastest overall this weekend, but does not hold the track record due to his quick time coming in practice. The first practice session, when everyone saw the 14.5s, it was, whoa. We have never seen anything that quick, including in a practice session. Then it came out to be a 14.500. Kyle Crump automatically was shown to be a strong contender this weekend. He's a 5-time winner of the series in 2023. He got it done at Owosso Birch Run as well in 2022 at Birch Run. A winner at IRP in 2021, 2017 at Owosso. He did run the Outlaws last Saturday night. So for Kyle Crump, it's been a really active weekend.
Yeah, Crump, if you offer him a steering wheel, and he'll drive it in the top 5, regardless of what that steering wheel is connected to. And he's proven it again tonight. Not his normal ride, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? This is not
filling
his normal.
In for
yeah,
Billy
filling
Van
in that Van Doorn machine. And of course, Van Doorns always have a good lock on this speedway, as they do over many of the Midwest tracks. And yeah. I think maybe you or I could get behind the wheel of a Van Doorn machine and maybe finish top 10.
Really?
I think they would have it set up that they would practically drive itself.
Another thing to look at, how about Dylan Stovall, the New Stars winner last night? His best finish this year heading into the New Stars race on Saturday was 4th at Berlin and Corrigan Oil. He had a wild wreck at Anderson earlier in the year that really hurt the opportunity to run full time. They still committed, and then they had an incident at Berlin that completely just took away the opportunity. He's 5th in the rookie points. He's 10th overall heading into this race. For Dylan Stovall, it's an opportunity to show once again, hey, come 2025, I'm going to be a championship contender. The first time I saw that scheme be unveiled, I was like, whoa. I hope at the end of the year we have a best scheme challenge,
sure.
You know, to have a vote, because I think that 24 could win it.
Well, your rookie class, I mean, you got to feel pretty good about the future of racing. Your rookie class, well, you got 3 rookies in right around the top 10 in points. 2 of them or 3 of them in the top 5 in points, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, that's great for the CRA series, the Jegs series, but it's going to be even better here for racing in general, as these drivers excel in their careers and get the eyes of top tier teams and other, you know, whether it's NASCAR or wherever they end up landing. But there's so much talent in this field, and it's just great to see and great to be a part of it here at Owosso.
Behind the Blake Rose 71 sits the Austin Hole number 20. He won the first stage of the New Stars race. Recently ran at Owosso in the Love's Travel Stop 150, finishing 3rd. This is his 4th Jegs start this year. His best finish was 3rd at Flat Rock, and we're really excited to see what Hole can do, including come 2025. We saw the scheme earlier this year, and I said, oh man, that looks like a Halloween scheme.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
And now here at the Owosso Nationals, I'm like, wow, the colors really do match the logo a little bit. We're getting closer to Halloween. Nice to see Austin Hole hanging out with us.
Yes, absolutely, and some good runs there too. You know, good to see Jimmy Tucker having a strong run. I know it's been an up and down year for him, and the Varney. So many of these drivers that I know I've thrown out Mount Clemens racetrack many times. That track closed in 1985 after the 1985 season, but a number of these names in this field have come from families that cut their teeth at that track, grew up at that track, and seeing the kids like the Varneys and Tucker and so many others, Simcoe, doing well and running on a regional and national platform.
They continue to pace around. Now, if you're new to template pro late model racing, you may be asking the question, why do some cars body-wise look a little bit different than others? If you look at Chase Pinsino, look at the body of his Chevrolet SS, and then right behind, look at the 18, that's Chase Berta's car, and you start realizing one's a little bit more buffed up versus the other, and the other one looks almost like a twisted sister, like a 2007 NASCAR stock car. What Chase Pinsino is running is the Gen 1 late model body. That is the first generation, and then 5-star bodies around the late 2010s unveiled the Gen 2. And maybe saying, well, why do some drive the Gen 1 and others drive the Gen 2? It comes down to preference. You'll see when ASA starts, they go to the big 1-mile tracks, and everyone runs the Gen 1 because they know aero becomes a big beneficiary, including when they go super late model racing at tracks like Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway or even Five Flags Speedway to a degree. But when you race on a 3/8 mile track, you can really get a lot out of that Gen 2 Pro late model. And that's why you see Blake Rowe with it, you see Brandon Varney with it, even Evan, and even with Chase Berta being that second position. So keep an eye on that. Some drivers in the Gen 1, others in the Gen 2, and we finally get the opportunity to go ahead and choose.
Yeah, so we double them up, and Pinsino's opted for the inside line. That should be interesting here because that is where most of that speedy dry had been put down. Now we've had the scrubbers out there to take care of any liquid here, but gotta imagine it might be a little white knuckle in it by the time they get to turn 1 to see how that car is going to react.
And we will get the one to go. So it's time to go back racing. Can the driver from Ontario, Chase Pinsino, duel and defeat the 18 of Lapeer, Michigan's Chase Berta? Pace truck, hard left to pit road. Let's line them up just one more time as we're green in the Owosso Nationals 150.
Well, let's see who's going to be aggressive, knowing that the weather could play a factor in the 14 sides of the track. He's into Berta. They're into each other. 3 wide down the backstretch.
Kyle Crump to the inside. The bold move won't work out. Berta shuts the door on Polimis. They all get into each other on the inside. Crump drops back to second. Berta to third. Pinsino
oh,
the race
car
leader.
upside down, sliding on its roof down the front straightaway into turn number 1.
And that's Chris Shannon. He slides down the 16 degrees of banking. He comes to rest just on the entry of turn 1. The caution will wave for the 3rd time. A scary incident with 76 laps to go. The Owosso Speedway safety team quick to work to check in on the driver. We wait and see. Wow.
Yeah, it looked like maybe he had gotten pinched up and the right sides caught that wall just the way that he was sliding on the driver's side all the way down till he got to the start of turn number 1 before it finally went on its roof. But we've seen that a few times here over the past few weeks, just running out of room on the top side or over driving turn 4. And boy, when those right sides get into the wall, sometimes they'll climb that wall, and that's what we just saw happen here on the front straightaway. So hopefully our driver is okay, but we'll let you know here once we hear something from track side there. But a wild, wild ride.
Yeah, they are checking in. The red flag displayed immediately here at Owosso Speedway with 76 laps to go, as they're quick to check in on Chris Shannon. And from what it sounded like and from what we saw,
yeah, I'm not seeing the sense of urgency as if there were something that needed an immediate attention, but of course we're just speculating that at this point in time. But see that the tow truck already getting into place here, which typically is a good sign.
We can confirm from a replay that's the 28 of Kevin Cremonesi that got into the Chris Shannon machine coming off turn 4. Shannon got the right side into the wall, and instead of that energy being put back towards the Cremonesi machine, it lifted the right side of Chris Shannon's 32, and then he went for a barrel roll.
Yeah, it sounds like he's out of the car there and walking away there.
We can confirm Chris Shannon is out of the car. He is walking towards 1 and 2. He's looking into the Cremonesi machine and showing his displeasure. Good news is he is okay.
Yeah, well, yes, he is okay. And yeah, boy, he got up on his side right before the flag stand. So always a concern there when it happens right by the flag stand. But that's taken a lot of hits here. I wonder if we had oh, you can see right on the flag stand, as a matter of fact, you can see where the car hit the pole just about right there on the wall, right underneath the flagman. You see that bowed in where that car made contact. You can see the view now on Racing America here. The car is still up on its roof. They're getting ready to pull that on its wheels here, but scary incident there indeed, and glad that safety always a priority here on these race cars, as Rex Wheeler taking a look at the wall as well.
I think they also may be taking a look at the catch fencing just in case. Now, I didn't see any impact when I briefly saw the replay, any piercing of the catch fence. Now the attention goes back to what would be the flag stand.
Well, I'm looking down towards turn one a little bit more. You can see the fence ripped up about 2 poles down. You see a couple of our officials there taking a look at the fence. It's sliced it open. Eventually, this fencing is going to be all replaced. It'll be similar to what you see on the back straightaway. Not quite ready for this phase of the construction to start here, but this may jumpstart it. And you can see another one of the poles with one of the speakers on it really bowed in. So, I mean, thank goodness the fencing strong, able to hold that car in, able to hold parts of the car in back on the racing surface and not into the grandstands here. But, boy, certainly a moment of concern here as officials check over to make sure that we're able to go back racing.
Now, the good news is no one is hurt.
Yes.
From our CRA official in the flag stand to Chris Shannon, who went up and over down into turn one, and to the fans in the grandstands, everybody is okay, but a wild ride. Now we take the opportunity to check for precaution. Is everything good to continue racing? Is that flag stand going to hold up? I will say, for a template body stock car to hit that thing and the dent, it looks scary from our view, but it's still holding the flag stand up. That is some great work to keep our safety officials safe in a time like this. But a very wild incident, a scary incident here at Owosso Speedway with closing laps of the Owosso Nationals 150.
Our race director down there assessing the track damage as well, as we still work on getting that machine back on its wheels.
And now the Owosso Speedway inspectors are going out and inspecting the racetrack. And they're actually checking to make sure that flag stand can hold up. They're shaking it a little bit, making sure there wasn't a full issue.
Yeah, well, should you shake it with the flagman on it? I don't think so.
I think the flagman was shaking it, should I say.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's, I mean, I've been used to seeing that my many years of dirt. You know, you see cars go up in the air and bounce off the fence and stuff. You don't see that very often in pavement racing, asphalt racing, and boy, it seems like that section of the track has just been plagued the last 5 weeks or so. The last doubleheader weekend, we had a number of cars. Actually, I think it was the Love's Travel Stop 150, where then the second race we had 2 cars flip in the pure stock feature that happened afterwards. All the same incident. Pinched up to the wall or got the right sides in the wall, and then it became a Joey Chitwood show with a car sliding on its roof or on its side.
So they continue to go to work. They continue to check on things. We're going to take a quick break. We will be back with more information here at Owosso Speedway. For the ones watching back at home on Track TV and Racing America, we're so glad that you have been tuning in to the Owosso Nationals 150. We still look to complete this race today. Currently your race leader, Chase Pinsino with Kyle Crump, Chase Berta, and Dylan Stovall shown as your top 4.
Those of you that have 50-50, or I'm sorry, lucky number programs, we're going to give away some stuff here momentarily. Last call on 50-50 as well. Last call on 50-50. We want to do that before, just in case rain comes down any harder. Right now, just a light sprinkle. All right, let's see what kind of goodies we have to give away. Lucky number programs. Appreciate you have bought lucky number programs here today. I have a Michigan Kenworth hat. Lucky number 1579, 1579 for the Michigan Kenworth hat. I have an All-Star Performance hat. Lucky number 1572, 1572. I have a Chase Elliott Napa Racing hat. Lucky number 1593, 1593. I have an Owosso Nationals t-shirt to 1552, 1552. I got another Owosso Nationals t-shirt to lucky number 1586, 1586. Another Chase Elliott Napa hat to 1166, 1166. And I believe I've got a gift card from Burton's Corner Market for $25. And that ticket number is 1549, 1549. If we called your number for the lucky number programs, come on down to the souvenir stand and claim your prize. And then come down here and purchase a Owosso t-shirt or hoodie and the various other Owosso Speedway garb. We've got Wheeler Trucking shirts and hats. We got a Owosso Speedway jacket you could buy. All kinds of goodies down here in the souvenir stand. So We'll send it back upstairs or wherever here as we cautiously wait. And remember, folks and drivers in the pit area, if for some reason this rain wasn't going to stop, if it doesn't stop and we have to cancel or postpone the street stock and modified features, hold on to those pit passes and your general admission ticket. They will be good for Saturday in the event that rain continues. At this point, still going to do what we can to get today's show in.
And we do have confirmation. We are ready to go back racing. You hear the cars fired back up here at Owosso Speedway. Rich France, we heard you have something down on pit road. What do you got for us?
Yeah, guys, I went down there into turn 1. I talked to Chris Shannon. Chris is okay, just kind of dejected. Kind of chose not to speak with us, you know, on Racing America. A little bit upset with the 28, Kevin Cremonesi, but Chris Shannon, A-okay after that wild ride down the front straightaway.
It's great to know that all parties involved are okay and safe. So we have the opportunity to restart this race, and that's exactly what we plan on doing. The talk of the town has been now about the flag stand. They did shake it. They tested it. They're making sure that it is stable enough for us to continue. Well, the good news is our CRA official flagman, Wheel Schreier, is okay, and he said, you know what, let's continue on. Let's keep this going. We didn't see the checkered flag yet. So glad to have the resilience of our crew and crews alike, from Owosso to the pits to the teams, and wow, we caught our breath, and I think we're ready to see this wild race end in the right way.
Well, we only need one lap to get it to the halfway point, and then you know, the pay window could be open at any point in time from that point forward. So we shall see. As, wow, you know, you hate to see it. Ace Hart, our junior flagman down there, he was in a very concerning spot there. That's why we put the roll cage around there, so that he'd have a safe spot.
Giving us a little wave.
I'm sure that shook him up a little bit. It would shake me up a little bit too, but glad he's getting back in his stand, and he's going to co-flag.
Yeah, we're going to get ready to run this to the next step. What happened. Let's talk about Chase Pincinot. He held onto that race lead, and I don't think he plans on giving it up anytime soon, but Kyle Crump is going to be there. He was lights out on the restart. He's going to be lights out on the next one. Chase Berta went back to the third spot. Stovall didn't move around much. Same with the 79 machine of Polimas. Blake Rowe has been calm. I almost want to say too calm. With how he has raced this year, he has been really strong and getting the nose out there, making it work. Now, he does have a massive dent on the nose of that Chevrolet Camaro, but he hasn't been in trouble recently. He has been going to victory lane because he is aggressive. I think he's still waiting around to see what could happen next.
Well, I saw about 13 cars be aggressive on that last restart, and now that they've seen a few drops on their windshield, we might see that amped up. We might have to put that to an 11 on the meter to call him back to the Spinal Tap reference there, but it's going to be really, really interesting. And, you know, I think just about everyone in that top 5, with the exception of Pincinot, probably has a little bit of cosmetic damage just from the bumping and banging that was going on there at that last restart. And Berta, I'm surprised he doesn't have more damage on the nose of that machine, because he seemed to have been the one that got bounced around the most.
Now, remember that target time that I talked about earlier, where it could be from about 12:15, 12:20 to, or excuse me, 2:15, 2:20 to about 2:50? Well, we're in that window. We did have a little bit of sprinkles earlier, but from what we're hearing, it has gone away. Now the next target would be the hard rain, which is expected to come around the 4 o'clock hour. Does the sprinkles continue and then the hard rain comes, or do we get to halfway or even see the checkered flag? That's what's going through everyone's minds as we continue to roll around. We're just one lap away from halfway. That would make this race official. And Chase Pincinot is also thinking multiple scenarios. For Berta, for Crump, well, you got to now think to be aggressive. This has been a track position race mostly up front from about 8th, 9th, 10th. They have been shuffling the deck, trying different things, trying to put themselves in position. I think if you're Blake Rowe, you got to bring that aggressive spirit out here, because this could be the closing laps of the race.
Yes, and you got a guy like Dylan Stovall who's going to be on the outside of row number 2 here, who's, again, he sees the front of the field, and boy, would he like to be the upset in this championship, which a race that with all intents and purposes seem to want to come down to your 4 champion contenders. Stovall would love to spoil that party.
I want to give a big shout out to the race fans here at Owosso Speedway that have stuck around. This is amazing to see. They say true race fans do lie in Central Michigan, and they will see the 1 to go, which means we're going to fire them back off into turn 1 in just a matter of moments. Chevrolet front row, Toyota Ford row number 2. It's a Camaro lineup in row number 3. The championship talk, the track top, and just the wildness that we have seen so far this afternoon. We'll have another shot at going green. Pinson on the bottom, Crump on the outside. We're going to restart the Owosso Nationals 150.
Oh, we go 3 wide. Boy, Pinsino did not get a very good start. And oh, look out as, boy, some stuff flying in the air. Must have been speedy dry there, but boy, Pinsino, he's in danger of falling outside the top 5. I wonder what happened there.
Just didn't get going. Here comes Stovall on the outside. That's a Chase Berta. They're toe-to-toe for second. Blake Rowe, top side of Pinsino. It's a dogfight now for the 3rd position as Stovall gets cleared for the 2nd spot.
Oh, 3 wide. Berta was the meat in that sandwich. He's going to lose 2 positions. Now he's going to go back to the inside. 3 wide for 3rd.
It's on from Owosso, the championship fight. Row up the track. Pinsino has to lay on the brakes. Berta gets through. There's still 3 wide as they run back to 3.
Oh, you would think every lap's the last lap the way they're running 3rd on back as Pinsino gets shuffled back again. He's going to fall outside the top 5. Varney trying to take that 5th spot away from him.
Pinsino wants to get it back. He's led the most laps in this race, but he has now dropped back to what looks to be the 4th, make it 5th position as he's toe-to-toe with Brandon Varney. Evan Varney drops back a little bit farther in the field as who was the biggest net gain out of it? Give it to Barrett Polimas. He walked his way into the 4th spot.
Yeah, and the biggest loser, that 71 of Blake Rowe. He's fallen back to the 7th position, right behind the guy that had led all the laps, that 14 of Pinsino, as they wait and watch Kyle Crump just pull away. But Stovall trying to reel him in. Boy, he's sitting in that runner-up spot. Boy, he's going to do everything he can to try to reach that back bumper, the 23.
And it's going to shuffle him more. Rowe back to 7th, Pinsino to 6. You can put now Pinsino up the 5th, should I say, with Rowe still stuck in that 7th position. Brandon Varney is going to be the meat in that sandwich. Chevy. It was a championship dogfight, but they're now single file without the top 10.
Well, the only person wishing for rain right now is Kyle Crump as he's out in front of this field, and he's got him covered right now. Stovall falling back into the grasps of Chase Berta, who's reeled in that 24. He's within a car length. Then it's the 79 of Polimas.
He wants to be, yet again, another different winner this year, and they have come at the most unlikely times for the championship fight. Berta, P3. Polimas goes P4. Pinsino has rallied back to 5th, but for Blake Rowe, he doesn't want to lose any more spots. It's Austin Hull to the inside of the 71.
Yeah, Austin Hull now half a car length ahead of that 71 car of Blake Rowe, and he's going to push him back to the 8th spot as Hull gets back to the inside right across the nose of Simcoe. Boy, it's got to be frustrating to be behind the wheel of that TK Racing number 71 as he continues to lose spots here after that last restart. He's in danger of even being able to stay inside the top 10.
And now the question comes, can Kyle Crump become the 8th different points-paying winner of 2024 if you don't count the non-points races of Speedfest and Battle of Broadway 150? It would be a wild win for Edco Racing and that 23 team. Stovall already had a magical weekend with the win in the New Stars race. He's got company. Here comes Chase Berta.
And after all those high-speed qualifying laps, you're seeing most of these drivers are in the low 15 seconds. So they're running a good half second slower than they had in qualifying. So the track's slowing down a bit as looks like about the first 14 or so are just single file here. They're a little bit dicing up later in the pack.
Calmness, I don't want to say fully just yet. Polimas, Mr. Consistency, sitting in 4th. Has a fast hot rod, but right behind him there in Chase Pinsino. Chase Berta looking for a way around Dylan Stovall. Oh, man, they're all both, should we say all 4, running that inside lane. But for Kyle Crump, man, he is checked out. Give it maybe a 10 car length advantage.
Yeah, seems like Stovall might be just a tad slower through center of the corner than Berta. And Berta has to back off a bit. And then you see Polimas and Pinsino gather it right back up, putting those cars very, very close together here, as I think Stovall may be keeping them from being able to get out and try to reel in the 23.
Austin Hull, very strong lead now into the 7th position. Blake Rowe back to 8th. There's 59 laps to go, so this race is official. If we do see a caution for weather, it will come down to the series officials if we continue this race. But right now, Kyle Crump, who went quickest all week, is leading this race by a wide margin over that of Dylan Stovall. Chase Berta's now got company. Here comes Polimas. He's knocking on the door for 3rd.
Yeah, and Varney and Hull are also about ready to join the party, as they have caught almost up to the back bumper of Pinsino, running back there in the 5th spot. So there's going to be a lot of company for second on back here before too long, as we approach just about 6 laps shy of 100 down.
And we're seeing that the wind is picking up just a little more. It's currently 2:40 local time here at Owosso Speedway. For the ones tuning in on Track TV and Racing America, we say hello and welcome. What a wild Owosso Nationals 150 we have had. For Stovall, he would love to go up there and fight with Kyle Crump, but as Crump now opens the lead to nearly 3 seconds, it's the fight behind the Berta camp. Barrett Polimas rim rides lane 2, and he should take the spot from the 14 of Pinsino. Not so fast. Pinsino was quick back to the gas, and they're toe-to-toe.
Yeah, I would think at some point here, these drivers are going to have to try to find some other groove instead of following each other, to try to get as close as they can, because yeah, they're losing touch with this leader, and your leader, yeah, well, he doesn't have a lot of lap traffic to deal with. He's still got a ways to go before he really catches a pack of cars.
He just found a way around Demlin and then goes 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all in parade formation. A little farther back, Michael Simcoe down into Evan Varney, and that started a little bit earlier, just a lap or so ago. I'm starting to see a tire rub possibly out of the 16. They mind their business back to turns 3 and 4, but I don't think it's over. Evan Varney quick back to the gas.
Boy, Tucker getting moved out of the way as well, just behind them. Scheid had gotten into the back bumper there, and that's still about a quarter of a lap in front of your race leader, who's got all day out front. He's got a good straightaway advantage before Stovall continues to hold on to that 2nd spot. Berta 3rd, Pinsino 4th.
Brandon Varney toe-to-toe with Austin Hull. He grabbed the shelf. He would like to find a way around the Toyota. Won't be able to. Austin Hull will now grab the 6th position.
101 complete. Getting ready to come around to 102. As it's all the Kyle Crump show here early on.
I think Chase Pinsino is racing with aggression right here because he wants to get back what he lost. Now, if you look earlier in the season, Pinsino had an issue at Anderson where he missed his shift. It almost looked reminiscent of that on the last restart, and this is where he's wanting to make up the spots. Berta was quick to react. He jumped to the inside, but for Chase Pinsino, he knows he needs to limit the mistakes if he wants to win a championship. Look how aggressive he is to get to the inside of Chase Berta, while Berta is pretty cool riding in line with Stovall, knowing if we do see the comp yellow, he would be choosing in the 3rd position.
Well, also think about, they ran 1 lap, and in that 1 lap, Berta went from 2nd, which would have restarted him on the outside of the front row for that last restart where Pinsino had the problem. And now you see Berta back there in 3rd with a leader that wasn't even really part of the conversation till now.
44 laps remaining here in the Owosso Nationals 150. Kyle Crump leads by nearly 3 seconds over
contact.
Dylan Stovall. Trouble, spin, Wes Griffith. Down into turn 4, loops to 22. And he will bring the caution out for the 4th time.
Well, he in the 44 making some contact, all Lichtfield. I want to say the German pronunciation there, because he is from Wisconsin, which made me think, you know, yeah, Lichtfield, but it's you properly said Lichtfield. So I want to make sure I follow that lead. But those two were
so it's interesting.
going
His
for the same piece of real
actually
estate.
calls him Litchfield.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there
Which
you go.
shocked
Which
us
is probably
as well.
right. Yeah, right. You would think from Wisconsin it would be more of a German or Polish pronunciation. So, yeah, I just automatically assumed.
But this caution is going to be big because it's going to stack up Kyle Crump, Dylan Stovall, Chase Berta. I saw how emotional Dylan Stovall was after his new Stars win. I wonder how emotional he would be to win the National Touring Series race
with the Owosso Nationals 150. He showed a lot of life today in practice as well. They were trying different lines, they were trying new things, and everything they tried seemed to be just a net gain for that 24. The Ducks are really in a row for him. They just need to find the checkered flag and be the first one underneath it. But to stop Kyle Crump, man, that's going to be tough, because in clean air, he probably has the fastest car. Can Chase Pinsino, though, match that speed in traffic? He could be restarting in the 4th position.
Yeah, and this will be the first opportunity for Stovall to get the start on the front row. So yes, his eyes are wide and wide open. And just in case, because I see some umbrellas popping out, I do have the winning 50-50 amount, which is $407. And we will draw that ticket number. So get your 50-50 ticket out right now. We'll draw this real quick here. Oh, you're going to make me do that? I would make Jonathan do it. He's the talent in this room. I'm just the looks. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm the sage. I'm the old sage. The old washed up announcer, as Rex called me yesterday. Lucky ticket number 559080. 559080, $407. Make your way down to the souvenir stand and claim your prize.
Let's get a weather update there with Rich France.
Yeah, guys, on that last restart, we noticed that the ground here down on pit road was drier than it was wetter, little spots of wet. Right now, I can't say the same thing. I think now it is more wet than dry, and I'm assuming it's that way out on the racing surface as well.
They will be choosing this time, so currently officials believing that we still have an opportunity to restart this race. No, check that, we are not choosing. We saw some drivers possibly going inside, outside. What they're doing is actually trying to keep the track warm, keep the heat in it. So we'll continue to monitor that situation, but for Kyle Crump and the 23 team, they got to be loving the position they are in. That's P1 for Stovall. They're sitting in that 2nd spot. You go Berta, Pinsino, Polimis. Out of the championship 4, the one that is the lowest is Blake Rowe. But let's say, hypothetically, if the race would end right now, Chase Berta would get the bonus points. Pinsino would finish 4th. Polimis, Mr. Consistent, would, yes, make a little bit of a jab into Blake Rowe's points. But this is still a really good scenario for the 71.
Yes, it certainly is here. And again, Crump, if he could do a rain dance in his car, might be trying to do that. Stovall is hoping that it passes quickly. He wants a shot at it. He's worked his tail off this weekend. He wants a shot at it. He's earned himself an opportunity to race for the lead. And he'd love to see the opportunity for the green flag to come out one more time. But of course, we're not going to put any of our drivers in danger. If they feel that that track is getting too slick, I'm sure that we'll end up putting them in the infield and seeing if it lets up or not. But right now, keep the heat on the track. The nice thing is, if it's light and it goes away, we have the equipment to quickly dry the track if we needed to. We've invested in that machinery and the equipment, which has saved us a number of times. And even if we were to get a 5-minute gully washer, we'd be able to get that track back in racing shape in 45 minutes. So right now, let's keep the track warm. See if we can't go back to racing.
Yeah, Rex Wheeler has done a great job of putting a lot of time and effort into rebuilding Owosso Speedway from what it once was. I wasn't here when there was grass in the infield, but there used to be grass there. It came in March, and they were talking about what the plans were going to be during the season and after the season. Not one plan was missed of what was going to be updated during the season. Pit row is open. You have the concrete. You have the extended grandstands. You have a lot of great hospitality. It is amazing what has been done with this facility, and it is a very historical racetrack. This used to be a prisoner of war camp, a POW camp back in World War II, and it housed members from North Africa and the European theater. And just to think that this track opened in 1939, then became a POW camp, and once World War II ended, we went back to racing, as we still are today.
Yes, and last season, one of the ancestors of the original owners of the speedway. They came across the actual agreement to make the land the speedway. They had the actual deed from 1936 from the owners, and we now have that in our, they gave it to us to go in our museum when that gets built. And there's so many drivers whose paths have crossed Owosso's grounds over the past 89 seasons.
And what's interesting is this used to be a half-mile racetrack.
Yes,
in 1987, it went to a 3/8 like it still is today, including post-repave. The only thing that has changed, if I'm not mistaken, from 1987 was the progressive banking from 12, 14, 16.
Well, it was a dirt track.
That is
correct.
correct.
It was a half-mile dirt track, and yeah, so they've consistently made it shorter until we got to this original configuration. There's still remnants. There were still some remnants before we did the landscaping out off the back straightaway with the old retaining wall and various other. I'm sure if you dug in the ground a little bit back there, you'd find a lot of artifacts. No, not at the I don't think so. I think we took a lot of that out to expand the pits back to the north. So, but I'm sure you go a few inches underground, you'll probably find a lot of
you could probably find
racing
a whole
artifacts.
lot.
Yeah.
Well, it's cool when you go to these short tracks because there's a lot of history. You know, we went to Winchester, and one of the big talking points with the ASA CRA Super Series was the chair down off turn 2. And here at Owosso, what is some weird history, would you say, that is ingrained in this track? Because at Winchester, there's a chair in the tree that was from the old orphanage that used to be down the backstretch. Is there anything like that here at Owosso, or anything wild history besides the POW camp?
You know, I would surmise Chris Philby would be a better answer to that. He seems to be the historian here, my co-voice here at Owosso Speedway. If he would be able to walk in here, I bet he could probably expand on anything unusual that's happened here that has been part of the lore, and the whole place is weird. Everything's weird. All right. Well, that's a great explanation.
You'd think as an announcer I'd know to grab a microphone. So we're adding new pit stands over in the turn 2 area for 2025, and they were doing some exploratory digging to see what the makeup of the soil was, and they found a stash of racing tires. There's buried under the ground out there. Now keep in mind, that's where probably the half-mile track would have been. So maybe that's what they used as fill for some of the banking, but yeah, just
this is a little bit of a reach. Do we know what brand of tire it possibly was?
I don't. I'd imagine at that point we're just lucky they were vulcanized with how long this place has been around.
That is very true. Wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah, as the updates go, we're digging into parts of this property that haven't really been dug into for a number of decades.
And I'm guessing that's going in the museum when it does open.
Oh yeah, we have tons of stuff. And you know, there's history coming up all over the place. We found an original media print photo from back in 1948 when a car flipped into the grandstands here. Back then, the only barrier between fans and the track was an 18-inch tall dirt embankment. No catch fence, nothing. That's what made it as acceptable safety standards back in 1948. And
we're very grateful for the catch fence today, should we say?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they actually shut down for a chunk of the season so that they could build an actual wall and a fence so that we could avoid a car ending up in the grandstands.
Wow.
And those same
history
innovations
like that
are what
makes this place so cool, including with the upgrades coming with it.
And thank goodness for those innovations today with everything we had happen.
Rex Wheeler now going to step in here and give his 2 cents is worth $3. So just keep that in mind.
Well, I had a secret meeting with my financial planner and told him all about all my plans here. And if I live to be 116 years old, it's all going to be paid for.
Well, good. 10-year plan.
So you got
That's
it.
great.
No, just kidding. We have a lot of plans, and phase 1 will be done spring of 2025, and 7 more phases behind it. So hopefully over the next 8 years, this place is going to look a little bit better each and every year.
Oh, very excited about that. The turnout yesterday was fantastic. I mean, we were very excited to be here. Jegs CRA coming for 3 races this year. We're still looking to see if we can get this one to the checkered flag, but without a doubt, it was still very action-packed. And guess what? If you came today, this Sunday afternoon, you're going to be leaving with a couple stories, without a doubt.
Oh, yeah, absolutely will. Absolutely will. And hopefully, we hope that rain is not one of those stories. But you were asking about some of the lore here. We were actually able to track down all of who our champions were since 1939.
Really?
And we've got them in our lucky number program for people to peruse. But you know, not a lot of those short tracks. A lot of that, even that history has been lost over the course of decades and generations.
And what's also cool is the racing at this track. We've seen 3 wide action mostly on the restarts, even though today has been really single file on the bottom. With that second groove, it was just getting in before the sprinkles started to come about. But there's talks about after one more winter cycle, come next year in 2025, this is going to be truly a 3-lane racetrack.
And that's what it was before the repave. You know, one of the reasons why they scanned the track to make sure it was exactly the same configuration and character as we had before was because the old surface made it so that you could run 3-4 wide. You could run, a lot of the drivers would run the very, very top. Matter of fact, before the wall, you had, you know, people were running the rim. They were out in the weeds, you know, if they weren't careful. But that's what we expect. We didn't really know what to expect the first couple of years. Okay, yeah, maybe that middle groove isn't going to open up. But we've seen it more and more this season, yeah, and I think, yes, another Michigan winter will certainly impact how abrasive this track is going to be next season, which, you know, as a crew chief, you're going to be pulling your hair out in the spring again, trying to refigure, okay, how is this track going to react now?
And speaking of changes, this year for Owosso Nationals, it was uncharacteristically hot. There was a hurricane that formed over the Gulf that pushed a lot of that hot air towards the north. And actually, a couple of our friends that are probably watching down south, it's a little bit cooler than it is here, but this is getting ready to cycle out, and it will go back to, from what we are hearing, the cool weather that you're used to in September in central Michigan. But that is very interesting to say as well, because usually when you come for the Owosso Nationals, you bundle up and it's your driver, you get ready for a colder racetrack. Now, we did have cool conditions for the track surface because that fog that rolled in Saturday morning allowed Kyle Crump to lay down a blistering 14.500. And then earlier today, we had a lot of cloud cover. I would say mostly cloudy, and we have now turned into an overcast state. But that also kept the sun away from beaming on the track, keeping the conditions on the cooler side. And whoa boy, it was track record after track record after track record. I thought we were going to get thrown out of the booth with how many times we kept saying
I thought it was a top 40 countdown. There were so many hits to the record. Yeah, it was incredible to see that. And we kind of expect that again in the fall or even in the spring. But there's times where they've had nationals here. I mean, we've had it for 29 years. That you'd come and you'd be fighting snow flurries. You just never know what you're going to get in September, let alone late September here in Michigan.
We are looking at the racetrack. The officials are still monitoring, and now actually a little bit of track drying has gone on. What they're doing is they're putting a couple safety cars on the surface just to keep it from going fully away. We'll run back down, and currently what we're sitting in. 45 laps to go in the race for the Owosso Nationals 150, presented by Reefer Peterbilt. Let's run down through the whole lineup. Kyle Crump, Dylan Stovall, Chase Berta, Chase Pinsino, Barrett Plimus. That's the top 5. Austin Hull, Brandon Varney, Blake Rowe, Evan Varney, Michael Simcoe. That's the top 10. Dan League, Jimmy Tucker, Andrew Scheid with Mike Litchfield, Keegan Sabilo, Wes Griffith, Charlie Keevan, Brian Demlin, Steve Dorr, Chris Shannon, Kevin Cremonesi being 21st, David Leah, Justin Schroeder, Jeff Versek, Matt Hogan, Chris Munson, and from there, Munson being mostly out, 102 laps down. We did have a couple drivers, unfortunately, that were not able to take the green flag. It was 30 drivers on the scheduled list. They're bringing them down pit road. And from what we are hearing, they are going to put the covers on the cars. And it will be, from what we're hearing, a momentary stop to the Owosso Nationals 150.
So we'll see if this picks up. You know, radar is not looking promising, but Again, Michigan, you never know. It could break up, but not looking promising at this point. Obviously, no sense in these guys burning up fuel and in losing effort at this point. So yeah, it just makes sense. Let's cover them up, and I'm sure Rich France might have to actually learn, or he's going to have to earn his dollars here, because he's probably going to get an opportunity to talk to some of these drivers once they, or if they climb out of their cars. But you can see there, if you're watching on Racing America and Track TV, you can see that the concrete in the infield, very shiny. And usually that's one of the first places it really dries up in a hurry. So yeah, right now, probably best to stop the cars, cover them up, and see if it lets up or stops completely.
And what some drivers don't like to do is hop out of the race car, because
Yeah.
once they're in, they are fully in. Any type of stoppage or getting out of their routine, it could hurt their
Sure.
just full drive and staying focused. Rich France hanging out with us on pit road. I'm John Ramos alongside Roger Williams. You're watching racing, or should we say now rain, here at Owosso Speedway.
You're watching parking, yes.
But we're excited to be here nonetheless. We still expect to see the completion of the event today.
So some of the drivers, have gotten out. Yeah, I would imagine it'd be akin to, stepping out of the batter's box. Now you're going to have to, if we go back to racing, you got to refocus yourself, and and all that.
So
you got into that rhythm, and now you're going to be out of that rhythm.
For the race fans hanging out with us, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with you momentarily here at Owosso Speedway for the Owosso Nationals 150, the penultimate race of the 2024 season for the Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour. It is a shiny Owosso Speedway as the rain has rolled in, but our buddy Rich France, I think you found someone. Who do you got with us on pit road?
Yeah, down here with your leader, Kyle Crump, a wild restart on lap 74. You come out of it with the lead, kind of driving away a little bit. Just how good is that 23 machine right now?
Yeah, we're pretty good. Butch has got me dialed in. I was really kind of just riding at the start there behind Chase, but I thought they were going pretty hard. And, his caution started coming. And, I was able to roll the top on Chase. He's a little bit newer, but, I mean, I know he learned something there from me. So probably only get away with that once. But yeah, I got the lead and then kind of just set sail and rode.
What is this about this place lately? I mean, this could be your third victory in less than a month. I mean, you've just been hot behind the wheel lately. Over in Canada, here at Owosso, this would be the second time. Just the right feeling each night?
Yeah, you just get on a hot streak, man. Momentum in racing, something. But yeah, I've grown up here. I've been racing here since 2010, and even though it's a repave, it's still Owosso. It may not be as bumpy or rough, but still got that same characteristic, still got that same driver character and moves you make. So just a lot of experience.
Guys, Kyle Crump, I don't know if he hopes it doesn't stop raining or not. He's got a good race car. If it stops, he feels pretty good about it.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. Appreciate that update. So track drying currently underway. There is no confirmation as of right now what the next step will be, but from what it sounds like, we do plan on finishing this event today. So we'll continue to give you updates throughout the day here at Owosso Speedway. To the fans watching back home on Racing America and Track TV, sit right with us. You'll continue to get updates on social media as we continue to play the wait-and-see game. John Ramos alongside Roger Williams on pit road, Rich France, and we'll continue to keep you posted.
I love the chase and the hunt. I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't stop. Don't stop. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad. Cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad. I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't stop. Don't stop. love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal.
Modified and street stock drivers to the pit board, please. Modified and street stock drivers to the pit board. Thank you.
Well, we tried and tried and tried, and once the weather came back, there was nothing else we could do. So attention in the grandstands and live on Racing America and Track TV. This race is official. Kyle Crump is the winner of the Owosso Nationals 150, presented by Reefer Peterbilt, and that will conclude the festivities of the Owosso Nationals weekend.
Well, kind of a downer that rain is considering we have not had much of any rain for the last 3 weeks. Very disappointing that unfortunately we were not able to get this event in time, and not by any lack of effort from staff and Jegs CRA and everybody. Just so happened that this wasn't supposed to come in till 5 o'clock, and then it moved up and snuck up on us, and unfortunately we're at this point. But Kyle Crump, yeah, he's going to get that victory, and that's going to make it really interesting when you go to Winchester.
Yeah, so Crump will be the 8th different winner from what it looks like this year. We've had 7 of the, what was now the last 9 points paying races, now be 8 of the last 10. It's going to be very interesting when we head to Winchester, because unofficially this should put Chase Pinsino around 17 points back, with Polimis 19 back, Chase Berta 52 back, Blake Rowe will be finishing 8th, Pinsino 4th, Polimis 5th, and then all of a sudden you have that head scratch thinking, what if the 14 of Chase Pinsino didn't have that restart that he had? He was strong all day. He led the most laps, and just that one restart bottled everyone up. They went 3 wide into turn 1, and unfortunately for him, a 4th place outing doesn't show how strong he truly was.
Yeah, he'll be thinking about what happened probably until the next time he can get behind the wheel of a race car to kind of get that out of his mind. But yeah, a tough break for Pinsino, who was the class act early in this race, early and often in this race.
Yeah, so they'll have victory lane. That will be, from what we're hearing, behind the grandstands. Let's run down through the field. Kyle Crump wins the Owosso Nationals 150 at Owosso Speedway. It then goes Dylan Stovall with the best finish this year off of the touring schedule of P2 after winning the New Stars race just last Saturday night. Chase Berta, Chase Pinsino, Barrett Polimis top 5, Austin Hull, Brandon Varney, Blake Rowe, Evan Varney, Michael Simcoe, that's the top 10. Dan Leake, Jimmy Tucker, Andrew Scheid, Mike Litchfield with the 15th place position going to Keegan Sabilo.
Wes Griffith looked like finishing 16th. Charlie Keevan will complete the day in 17th. Brian Demland 18th. Steve Dorr, a rough day for Steve in that 7D. He'll finish 19th, and then Chris Shannon, who was involved in that final caution that we had, ended up on his roof. He will somehow salvage a 20th place finish.
21st, Cremonesi, 22nd, Leaf, 23rd, Justin Schroeder, 24th, Jeff Versek, with 25th going to Matt Hogan, 26th, Chris Munson, Wilsa Hutsky, Sean Gibson, Carson Lucas, not able to start, but were on the entry list, including Tyler Delisle. So 30 entries, 26 getting laps in the books. An unfortunate way, once again, to end, but this does size up a championship fight come Winchester 400 weekend, as the finale for the Jegs CRA All-Stars Tour will take place October 11th. That's a Friday night. And once again, unofficially, the top 3 in points will be separated by just 19. Chase Berta's 52 back. He's going to need to have a heck of a weekend. But for Chase Pinsino, it's going to have to be a great outing on the high banks.
Well, that's what you want to see in a series. Let it go right down to the final event and have a bunch of people in contention. And it looks like that's what the Jegs CRA All-Star Tour is all about for 2024.
So that will do it for today at Owosso Speedway. On behalf of Champion Racing Association, Track Enterprises, Bob Sargent, and everyone involved with the Track Enterprise Group. And also, a big thank you to Owosso Speedway. 3 amazing events this year for Jegs. I'm John Ramos. Roger Williams, thank you so much for being up in the booth. And on behalf of everyone, Rich France, Zach Iser, have a great rest of your Sunday afternoon.